What happened?
I'd like to call this meeting to order tonight of the Town Council, Monday, October 4th, 2021 at 7 p.m. here in McKinnon Council Chambers. First agenda item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, the clerk is unable to be here this evening. She'll be taking minutes off of the video. And in the meantime, the vice chair will handle the roll call duties.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Agenda item number 2 is roll call.
Councilor Adams is present. Councilor Catrona.
Present.
Councilor Dow.
Present.
Councilor Dent.
Present.
Councilor Jovan.
Present.
Councilor Lazo.
Present.
Councilor Marchetti.
Present.
Councilor Ryan.
Present.
Councilor Steves.
Is absent, excused.
He's excused. Okay. Thank you.
Agenda item number 3, consider and accept the Town Council meeting minutes of Monday, September 27th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Any additions, corrections, deletions? Councilor Marchetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. When I was going back to look, I wanted to look at the whole discussion that we had on the 25 K Street project. And there was one thing that I noticed that I think that I would like to see corrected. Councilor Chair Jovan, this will be on page 4 of the minutes, halfway down. Councilor Chair Jovan asked what postponing the item would do to the project. Mr. Norton said that if this were postponed or voted down without the in-kind contribution, we wouldn't be able to complete the application. He did not say they wouldn't be able to move forward without the in-kind donation. Also, therefore, they would be delayed and wouldn't be able to reapply until 2022. Thank you.
Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. Page 3. Under agenda item number 11, should not be 515 K Street, should be 5 through 15 K Street. And the last paragraph on page 3 should not be $1.836 billion, should be, I believe, 836 million. And also on the second line should not be 5 billion, it should be 5 million. Page 4, Councilor Catrona, spelled wrong, the second line down. Number 6, under 1, 2, 3, third paragraph down. I believe it's Councilor Lazo said the motion against the agenda item doesn't quite make sense, not Councilor Adams. And 9, under Councilor Adams' comments, under Councilor's forum, should be Southbridge Business Partnership, should be SBP. That's all I have.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous of all present. Item number 4, subcommittee reports. General Government.
Thank you,
Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. We had no meetings since the last Town Council meeting. We have none scheduled as of this moment, but there will be one coming up in the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Very good. Department of Public Works, Councilor Marchetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had a DPW subcommittee meeting of 9/29/21. In attendance were myself, Councilor Dow, Councilor Steves, and committee member Kevin Splain. Also in attendance were Councilor Lazo, Council Chair Daniel, Councilor Catrona, Town Manager McCall, DPW Director Blakely, residents Derek Julian, also a PPP member, and Maureen Doyle, also a member of the Conservation Commission. We discussed and voted on several of the items that are on tonight's council meeting, agenda items number 11 through 13. We also had a discussion about the deteriorating road conditions of Ellis Road and the street opening permits and the unsafe conditions on Main Street. The meeting can be found on Southbridge Cable Access TV YouTube channel and also on channel 192. We don't have any meetings scheduled at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Education and Human Services, Councilor Jovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No meeting held this week since last week's meeting. Our next meeting is scheduled for October 21st, 2021. As I mentioned, the receiver will be there on a variety of issues. I know in an early meeting I stated that we would try to look to have a meeting with the Inspections Department on blighted property. I had a conversation with Mr. Pelletier today. He indicated that that topic goes under PPP and not EHS. So I would refer any discussions on the blighted buildings to PPP. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Planning and Development, Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We haven't had a meeting since our last town council meeting. Our next scheduled meeting is 6 p.m. on October 12th in the Veterans Room. Thank you.
Very good. Protection of Persons and Property, Councilor Lazo.
No report at this time, no meeting scheduled, but we do have agenda items that we have recommendations from subcommittee when they come up.
Very good. Ad hoc Capital Planning Committee, Councilor Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can everybody hear me? This is an update of the Capital Planning Committee. The Capital Planning Committee was created by Councilor Chair Daniel to review our existing capital needs procedure and our 6-year capital improvement plan. It has been made quite clear that presently a consistent capital procedure and plan is non-existent. I was appointed to the committee along with Councilor Lazo and Councilor Dow. I'd like to thank the councilors for their input, and I would also like to thank the town manager, Michael McCall, and finance director, Karen Harnois, for their input as well. The committee was adopted to conduct a methodical review of the town's present procedure and are recommending the following method of review. Number 1, conducting a complete inventory of all town assets with a value of $10,000 or more to coincide with definition of a capital item. I would like to note that it was unanimous of all in attendance. Number 2, to explore the possibility of computerizing the entire inventory and a 5 to 6 year capital improvement program within the town's existing software, or consider purchasing of a standalone capital program software system. I would like to note that that is under current review with the manager and the finance director. Number 3, following research of capital improvement plans by state, federal, major corporations, and a majority of communities across the Commonwealth, most operate on a 5-year capital improvement plan. Our present town charter requires a 6-year capital improvement program, and so the committee's recommendation was to create a 5-year capital improvement program. The committee asked me to attend the Charter Review Committee meeting to inform them of our recommendation, which I did at their September 15th meeting. The Charter Review Committee voted unanimously to recommend changing our 6-year capital plan to a 5-year capital plan. Once a complete inventory is complete and computerized with all of the information compiled, establish how the data can automatically create a 5-year capital improvement program. The final step of the plan, now that an accurate and objective database and plan has been created, it affords the town manager and the town council the opportunity to review our short and long-term capital needs. Now the manager and the town council possess accurate information to begin future financial planning, such as setting aside a set percentage of the annual budget, use of a portion of Chapter 90 funds, seeking state and federal funding, seeking specialized funding for specified projects, and potentially transferred unused monies from town accounts to a capital stabilization account. Our next meeting is this Thursday, 6 p.m., and I have set up a go-to meeting for those who prefer remote participation. If Councilor Lazo and Councilor Lazo have anything, Councilor Dow have anything to add to this, I welcome your input. If you'd like to say anything, that's fine. Yeah.
I just would like to commend the the ad hoc committee chairman. I think what he's brought forward and what he wants to work on is a good gauge on spending for the future. I would like to have the school district brought in a big way because of the buildings, especially. There's a tremendous amount of other capital, but you know, there's a pool of knowledge with Mike Como in the building division. I think that, you know, the longevity of the roofs and the actual exteriors and stuff like that, these are big dollar amounts that at some point we have to address them. And Southbridge, in a lot of ways, if in the biggest learning experience was the police department when they tore it down from a lack of maintenance. So I think where you're headed and what you want to do is fantastic. I think as landlords of the business, which we're in government, I think that we need to get our head around the whole capital improvement so we can understand further, you know, the expenditures for the future. But I think it's a great start. I don't want to be in a position of dominating people's jobs, such as a TM. I mean, he's got a lot of work, but he's got department heads. I think our town accountant was very, very informative on the technology portion, and I think that we're heading in the right direction, and I just like to tip my hat to Mike Marchetti for taking the initiative. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good.
Thank you. Councilor Dow, would you like to add anything? All right. Are there any questions? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, item number 5, Chairman's announcements. I have none this evening. We'll move on to item number 6, Town Manager's announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, as well as members of the committee. I just wanted to mention that actively working with the Fire Station Building Committee, we reviewed the 8 proposals we received for the owner's project manager. We've selected that down to a number, and we will be starting the interviews next week. Councilor Jovin's chairing that committee, and we're moving along. And I continue to monitor all the other issues that are going on in town. You may have seen Mr. Solinsky's attorney was here this evening. As many of you know, he's proposed an alternative solution. I've been speaking with our animal control officer, just trying to work out the details. As you know, she made a recommendation. She's evaluating the subsequent proposal, and I will let you know of any new developments, whether there's any change. We, in the event there was, I'm sure we will come back and update you. Thank you.
Very good. Item number 7, presentation of curbside collection by Vice Chair David Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, councilors, town manager, residents. Appreciate you having me up here again. Back in November 2020, the Curbside Advisory Committee gave a brief via GoToMeeting to talk about curbside issues that we'll be addressing this very, very soon. So I'm going to go through these pretty quickly. There's 300 slides, and we'll move them along as fast as possible. So first thing is obviously the establishment, mission statement, all the way down to the transfer station. You guys have seen this before. You have the packets in front of you, and I know this is on the YouTube channel under cable access as well when I gave it back in November 2nd, 2020. So the next thing is establishment. We were established through agenda item number 19 from January 14, 2019, Town Council meeting. It was voted 6-1. The rest is how the board was set up, or the committee was set up. We established a mission statement at the same time with charging of our duties. Our committee members, I once again thank all of them for all the support that they gave, ideas, good discussions. And it was a mix of everything that the town is, and it was a great conversation to be had. And I just think we were successful at what we did. Meeting dates, what I did was, here's a list of meeting dates, but you'll notice November 2nd, 2020 has been added on there, and obviously today's brief as well. Some of the regulations that we went off of to abide by our goals here So we went through multiple regulations and guidelines through the town and state, federal government to hopefully provide you the best options possible in the near future. Sources that we utilized went from Casella, DHCD, which is the state, Dudley, Recycle and Transfer Station, Southbridge Recycle, Town Assessor, CDBG Coordinator, Town Treasurer, all the way down to Waste Zero and Waste Management. Current curbside collection. So our current, obviously most of us understand this already. It's been briefed and we live it every single day. Ends March 31st, 2024. That was the settlement agreement reached by the Town Council and Casella, and that was November 5th, 2018, 8-0 vote. Currently, we provide collection to, or they provide collection to 62 to 72 on residential municipality buildings, including school buildings. I add that in there because we forget sometimes that the school belongs to the town. This includes single to multifamily home, up to 6 families. State law, I believe it's the 3 that we're required to do, but with the contract that we currently have, it goes up to 6 families. That's a obstacle we may face very, very soon. Does not include commercial buildings, but does include home offices, and currently cost estimated about $1.2 to $1.6 million annually. Current curbside collection continue. Obviously, we have solid waste pickups split into 5 days a week, 4,300 tons annually. Bi-weekly recycling split every other week, split into 5 days a week, 1.5 tons annually. Provides bulk pickup, yard debris pickup twice, 2 periods of time during the year. Household hazardous waste collection as well, every quarter, and that's estimated cost of about $80,000. So this is what we came up with all of our research. There was 3 options, 3 major options that we had to consider here. Contract collections, independent contracting, and municipality collection. So contract collection option for the counselors and for the residents is the basic concept that we have right now. Town leaders should start discussion no later than 36 months, and I left this in here because at the time this is what we were recommended, and it was March of 2021 we should have started looking at, or at least discussing this 36 months out. And obviously we're a little bit behind on this one, but easy to catch up to. And should begin bid negotiating process 24 months, March 2022, before the end of Casella contract. So we do have a little bit of time. I think we built that in. I'm very proud of the team because we did this, and you know, at the time, Chair Jovan for moving us along quickly to address this and put us at an advantage at this point. So contract collection options, some pros and cons that we came out. Infrastructure in place is a pro. We already have the toters dependent on hauler, so we already have that hauler in place here. Should be no delay in services as long as contract and schedule is in place. New hauler, needs versus wants, asterisks I put on there because they fit in both categories. So you have a hauler, which is great, we already have one here in town, but the thing is, if we keep that hauler, they've got everything in place. If we change that hauler, that becomes a con because now all of a sudden you need to figure out the route and buying trucks and stuff like that. Cons for the contracted collection option is funding source, discussed under funding slides. I'll get to that in a minute. Residents may opt out. That's all dependent on the funding source and how we figure that thing out. Again, asterisk, new hauler, needs versus wants. We have a lot of, we obviously have to fit the needs. We also probably have a lot of wants in town that we'd like to see as well, and that's going to be through contract negotiations with a hauler. To continue on, 2024 estimated cost is about 1.2 to 1.6 million, but can go as high as 2.65 million. And the reason why that is, that's inflation. And then you're going to also see some other things that we may have to purchase down the road. Depending on the following, negotiating needs versus wants, tipping fees, because right now I think the state of Massachusetts is about $100 per ton, and I think I briefed back in November, it was about $113 on average, and I wouldn't be surprised if it hasn't increased already in the last 11 months. Also, I want to put in there, you could do a contract with a hauler and landfill, so you could have 2 separate contracts there. Negotiating, usually you probably want to put that into one contract, but that is an option that we do have. Requests for proposals will be based on variables which will or may include weekly trash pickup, which is required. Recycling pickup, required. Municipality pickup, schools, stuff like that, required. Bulk and yard waste, not required. Hazardous waste day, town-operated function. So their Board of Health is already working on stuff like that for tires and computers and all that kind of stuff. So the town is already moving forward with the hazardous waste days. And then white goods, which would be appliances. So these aren't something that, this is something that we can negotiate, or the town manager and his staff can negotiate with a hauler. But most haulers, if you see it, you're going to pay an extra fee for it, and I'll get to that in a minute. Town budget. So the town budget was, at the time, back in November, was about 5 to 8%. We'd have to budget for that and an increase in our taxes if it was strictly taxes. Mr. Canoyer provided me an update on that, so we're looking at between 5.2% increase to 6.9% increase in taxes. Average increase is $217 to $288, and that's based on the average household or house cost of $743. And then at the same time, if we're going to do it all by taxes, it's all required, everybody's in the game. That right there is going to cost us an override. We're going to have to take that to the ballot. Budget cuts. Some of the options that we came up with is budget cuts of 5.2% to 6.9%, but that's pretty hard to do, pulling all that money out of an operating budget to take care of trash pickup. Another funding option is utilizing subscription enterprise funds, or even the options of residents may go with another hauler, but if you go with another hauler, you're still paying the taxes. It's an increase to the individuals that want it, and possibly right now, even though we have free trash pickup with Casella per se, we're still losing probably 10% of our residents to other haulers within town. I see LaBeouf through here all the time. I see Pratt through here as well, so I see quite a few different ones. Continue on with the funding. Helps offset the cost of contract collection would be a transfer station. Pay as you throw, which is the bags system. We like to keep those bags under $4 a piece, but we're seeing $1 to $2 per se. And within that, if you're buying a box of bags, sometimes you get the 10 free, 5 free, 15 free, and then you pay for the rest of the bags. We can also work with other towns. Charlton right now is probably in negotiations with a hauler itself, because their contract, I believe, with, I think it's Casella, and Councilor Marchetti may tell me if I'm wrong, but I think it was Casella, their contract ends in 2023. So we could possibly work with them as a regional source, but I'm sure that will be a little difficult to do since they already had their contract set up. And or adding to our capital project budget. All right, independent contracting, that's the next option. That's option number 2. So basically, independent contracting means that town is no longer responsible for the residential curbside collection come April 1st, 2024. I will say this is the most needed when it comes to education. If the counselors decide to move that way, this will be brand new to the town. And, I would say the Board of Health and the town council is going to have to educate the public. Obviously, this goes to single-family and multifamily homes. They're going to have to hire on their own contractor. Taxpayers' town will be responsible for contracting haulers for municipality facilities, including schools. The pros for independent contractors: limited town involvement required, not much. Utilize current employee in the inspector's office to enforce. Town may attempt to help negotiate a lower price if you meet a certain threshold to a hauler like Pratt or LaBeouf or Casella or Waste Management. Cons for this is multiple haulers on our roads again. No real town control. So we'd have to look at possibly hiring individuals to go around and taking a look at illegal dumping. And as I already went through that. All right, moving along. All right, costs for it. So on average price, when we took a look at this, it was about 105. Let's say I did 100 independent contractor. I went out and I said I want my trash picked up every other week, my recycling picked up every other week, and then we can get down to $105 a quarter. Now, if I keep to what we have now, it's going to probably go up to about $120 to $140 or more, depending on the hauler itself. Does not include the following. So we figured out the range between $35 and $90 each pickup. Doesn't include yard waste pickup, bulk pickup, white goods, which is your appliances. Town may pay for a current employee to enforce solid waste bylaws, and that could be $45,000 to $55,000 plus benefits added. Single and multifamily owners will be financially responsible for the cost, as I stated before. Town will be financially responsible for the municipality facilities. That includes school, yet again, approximately $70,000 annually for that. Town leadership may attempt to negotiate a price, again, with the hauler based on the volume of customers. Municipality collection option, that's the third option. This is the most expensive option. Town managed and responsible for. Town should start process 36 months before the end of Casella contract. That was March of 2021. That being said, we're a little bit behind on that one, and the costs are pretty high. The pros for this would be the town has complete control. Open to new grants such as Sustainability Materials Recovery Program. That's not a lot of money. You're only talking probably $10,000, $20,000 here, and it has to meet a certain criteria. Cons. Cost. Most expensive to taxpayers out of the three options. Have to contract disposal site for your tipping fees. Hiring of multiple personnel. Purchase housing and continued maintenance for at least 3 trash trucks. Have to take into consideration yard, hazardous waste, and bulk pickup. When it comes to costs, adjustment to the DPW organization is a must. Can't depend on the DPW director or assistant director to manage this program. You've got to hire somebody else on. Increases the director's pay because there's more responsibility. Because she, at the time, is responsible for the overall oversight of it. Hire the manager for this, specifically for this, $63,000 to $72,000 plus benefits. Hire 1 maintenance personnel, that's another $63,000 plus benefits. Hire at least 5 new personnel, $55,000. You need drivers. That's plus benefits, and purchase 3 trash trucks, about $375,000 a piece, depending on what you want on that trash truck. Cameras and all that kind of stuff cost more money. And then you're going to need to rotate those trucks every 10 years. Continuing with the cost, purchase truck for bulk pickup, another $70,000. Hire at least 2 personnel to pick up the bulk, and that's going to be about $33,000 or more, plus benefits. Build facility to house the haulers, about $250,000 right there or more. Maintain the facility, untold cost. Maintenance on vehicles, untold cost. Fuel cost, untold. Pay for tipping fee. So right now, if it's $100 per ton times 4,300 tons that we're currently disposing of, it's $430,000 per year. And it's going to go up because, as I stated, when we last looked, it was about $113 per ton, and then I'm sure it's higher than that right now, and by the time we negotiate, it's going to probably be higher than that. And obviously negotiate a new union contract, possibly. That's cost right there. Funding option. This is the most expensive, as I said, approximately 11.2% increase in taxes, all required participants. About $470 increase based on an average home price of $214,743. Gonna have to do an override. Our tax levy cannot cover anything like this. Debt exclusion for trucks and a few other things. And this would be something that we'd have to go on the ballot in 2022, in June. Funding, how to fund it? You cut 11.2% in your budget to fund it. Transfer station, you can go up top of the hill, Commercial Drive, or I know Councilor Marchetti had talked about the DPW facility as well. Pay-as-you-throw program. Apply for grants, be competitive, not a lot of them, not a lot of money there. Adding to our capital project budget, because we're going to now have to figure out the rotation of the vehicles and all that kind of stuff and maintenance costs. Or utilize an enterprise fund, and if you utilize an enterprise fund, you're going to have to add a personnel into the assessor's office. Out of all those three options, a lot of information flow, the Curbside Advisory Committee voted to keep with the contract collection, the basic premises of what we have right now, if we can. Last thing we wanted to add in here was a transfer station, because that is an option that we can have to help hopefully offset some costs. Don't have to have that transfer station right now or April of 2024, but it could be nice to have where it lowers some of the prices. Supplement other options, 10 to 20% may use it. You know, somebody that has a truck and has no problem driving back and forth, they're going to have a problem. But if you got somebody that does not have a vehicle, they're not going to be able to utilize this. Can be used to collect regular trash, recyclables, all the way down to white goods. Town leaders should start discussion ASAP. If looking to use CDBG funds, right now I believe we just obligated the 2021 through our application process. So it would reach into 2022, 2023, and so on. And the transfer station could be utilized as a town entity only or regional. Pros, there's already a signed site. We have one right at the top of the hill where we go to for every quarter when we do hazardous waste days. We possibly lease it or contract with Casella, may designate another site, accepts multiple waste but transfers out. So it's not a landfill, it's a transfer station. So it goes in, goes out. Can pay for itself through pay-as-you-throw or permit fees. We do know Dudley has one of those, and I believe they are working pretty well to be able to offset the cost of the DPW workers. Cons, maintenance, improvement, tipping fees, dependent on the contract, purchase or lease of the site. Limited access to some residents, additional personnel to oversee the site. You're talking about 1.5 personnel to do this. Transfer station cost, purchase town-owned site, feasibility study approximately about $5,000, design it's 10 to 70, depending on what you want in there. Construction approximately about $100,000, tipping fees about 100 per ton. And personnel, I said 1.5, but 2 personnel, $35,000 or more, plus benefits. Lease site, build with the contract. Casella has not provided an estimate cost for this station right now. We did ask for it multiple times and we have not received it that I'm aware of. Transfer station funding source could be debt exclusion, purchase of equipment. That'd have to go through a ballot question. An override, ballot question for maintenance and improvements if it goes over our levy. Capital projects, annual budget, less than 1% of our tax levy. Utilizing subscription enterprise funds or pay as you throw. Funding sources continued. We could also utilize, and Councilor Marchetti found this in the small print, CDBG funds can be utilized to offset the transfer station. Through the feasibility study, acquire land, and design and build. So we can only use this, it's interchangeable. If we own this site, we could utilize, I believe, all of this. If we lease the site, we can only use a portion of the CDBG funds for like a feasibility study or so. Timeline, this is an old timeline. Obviously, we're about 6 months to a year, a little bit behind from the last brief. Any questions? Councilor Marchetti.
Councilor Marchetti.
Well, I don't have any questions. You did a pretty good job on updating us on, this is all the things that we talked about. I think the reason that the committee wanted to keep it as is because if we don't, there could be a lot of illegal dumping going on, and that's what we wanted to try to avoid. Most of the residents in Southbridge have been getting their garbage picked up for years, and if suddenly we say, hey, you're all on your own, and throw them to the wolves, it might be not a good scene in Southbridge. So that's why we recommended going with the contract. I was hoping that at some point in the first year we could use some of the landfill money for the initial upfront money that we would have to put forward for whatever company we went with, for them to buy trucks. I personally don't want to see Casella, but that's up to the councilors, I guess. But other than that, I think you did a pretty good job That's it, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. The point there was that, what Counselor Marquetti had brought up was the illegal dumping. We already have it and it's free, and per se, it's free, and we still have it already, so it may just get worse. That's why we offered to hire on other personnel.
Councilor Dow?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for you. The container we have now for the trash owned by the town or Casella?
I think the trash containers are owned by the town.
The only thing.
The recycling bins is, I don't know, by the town. All right, subject matter expert behind me, by the town.
So that is already gonna stay there. The only thing we might change the label, the name, or no, they can stay Casella if different company came in and took
Yeah.
the contract?
Yeah, so I think what'll happen is that'd be a part of the negotiation phase. Do we really need the totes, or is there another program? Do we need new totes and waste everybody's money on that? Or can we keep them, and then when they break finally, we order new ones either through the town or through the hauler itself as residents, and maybe we'll get a new one from that.
So we can just change the name on it?
Yeah.
For the town of Southbridge, but in Casella in the future, like this, in case you keep changing the hauler every few years or whatever the contract is gonna be like this, we don't keep changing the label, like now they say Casella on it.
That could be waste management in a couple of years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as it belongs to the town and waste management, maybe the contractor, they can come in here and they know exactly what they're looking for.
Thank you.
And those haulers will know the addresses too if they had a separate hauler.
Thank you.
Councilor Lazo?
Whether you go with Casella or you go with another hauler, would that go through the bid process, or we would go through the procurement part, wouldn't we?
So thank you, Councilor Lazo, for the question. So one thing that solid waste is not something that you have to go through a request for proposals. I believe that's right. I think that's one of the laws. We don't have to do that, but it's probably better off that we do go through that to be able to get the best price available.
Okay,
Hope I answered your question. Sorry.
yes, you did.
Anyone else? Councilor Jovan?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Councilor Adams and Councilor Marquetti, at the time was a citizen member. Because everybody that was on that committee, I'd like to thank them all for the work that they did. I think this was one of the, even though we're about 6 months behind, we have to remember when we laid this out at the very beginning, we weren't in the height of COVID at that time, so COVID kind of put a prioritization on it. But I think this was one of the things that, as a council, we looked forward thinking and not wait till the last minute to address the issue at hand. I guess my question through you to Councilor Adams, now, second time brief, time is now of the essence. I do know that when we talked about the town manager's goals, was one of the topics was this curbside collection and developing a strategy to implement in for March 2024. But I guess my question would be through the chair or to the chair, what are the next steps that we're going to use to be able to make a recommendation so that the town manager can explore those options? Because I personally, I think we have to get, hopefully citizens are watching this and see the difficult decision that we have to make as a council due to the cost. One could say, okay, we're going to go to the override, and it's a couple $100 to your tax bill, and everybody says, oh my God, $200. But then if you weigh, if this council decides, hey, you're on your own, and you have to go get your own hauler yourself and independently contract, it's going to be far more expensive. So there's a whole educational component to this as well to get citizen input and buy-in. So what are the next steps, Councilor Adams, in your thought process?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, did you want to?
Sure. What I was hoping to do is tonight get a sense as to what the top one or two options are that the council favors, and then go back to the town manager and to the powers that be within the town and get hard numbers regarding what the potential costs are, and then bring that back to the council to make a firm recommendation for the people, and then get that information out to the people to educate them so we get back some sense from them as to whether they feel that's appropriate or not. And then by the very early spring, I guess it was, March or February, we'd be talking about putting together a ballot question if necessary to let the people vote as needed in the June election.
Thank you. Then as a follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
I do not see the town of Southbridge taking this on as a municipality, another wing of the DPW. I think personally, I think the cost itself would be prohibitive. So I guess my inclination would be the two options would, would be citizens, you're on your own, and figure it out as one option, and the other option is contracted services as to if we go out for a proposal, whatever the contract, pursue contract and then see how we might fund that. That's my personal recollection. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Thank you very much. Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I would agree with Councilor Jovan. I think that the independent contract options and the town contract options are the two to look at. The municipality taking over the service is just not feasible. Even if it was the best option, it's just not feasible with the amount of time we have left and the amount of cost and the amount of investment. It's just not it's a good option to look at, but not a real option to look at. I would agree that I think those are the best two options for us to look at as council.
Very good. Thank you. Councilor Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. I think Councilor Adams, you had mentioned during our meetings that there's actually two options under the contract where the town would negotiate with a contractor and everybody would pay through their taxes, or the town would contract one, that would be one contractor, or the town would contract one contractor and it would be paid by an enterprise fund. So I just thought I would throw that out there. I personally prefer that it be paid by the taxes, but an enterprise fund is an interesting concept as well. Thank you.
May I respond? I'm sorry.
No, I just want to get.
All right, Councilor Jovan.
I'll let
Councilor
Councilor
Adams.
Adams, I just want to be recommended.
And I think that was, and I know we're going to talk probably more into detail through maybe a council of the whole to get like more details and stuff like that and discuss it. But, Councilor Marquetti said, corrected me, if you look at that and you do a contract and you do an enterprise fund, you're going to add the personnel to Will's office, Mr. Canoyer's office, just because of the enterprise fund and how it works. So you're allowing, you could also have that transfer station possibly to help offset some of the costs too as well. I will say is the transfer station could, I believe we'd figure it out something like $300 per year, whereas taxes, I believe, would be smaller based on the average price of the home. Sorry, that's all I got.
Okay, Councilor Jovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to explore also the transfer option as well, or a mixture of either a contract and a mixture of both. So I think we have two very solid options to explore as a council, and to get it done. So thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, I personally would like to look at the contracted collections as well. I think that's probably going to be the best way out for the town, that provides for good collections, collections of as much waste as possible, and something reasonable for the taxpayer to have to deal with. Any other discussion?
I'll throw mine in there.
Sure, go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair, just, I would go with the contract, and I'd go to independent option, those two, with the option of the transfer station involved as well.
Very good. Okay, anything else? Are you all set, Councilor Adams?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Councilor Adams and his committee for doing a bang-up job on the work. It took a lot of time, a lot of effort. It's still taking some time and effort, but it's a subject that's definitely needed a thorough examination, and his committee did very well by us, I think. So I'd like to congratulate them on doing and give them a thank you for doing a very nice job. Okay, so agenda item number 8, Citizens Forum. Are there any citizens in town that would like to address the council on any items that are not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none. We'll go to agenda item number 9. Vote to accept a donation from Open Skies Yellow Project Committee to donate tulips valued at $490 as part of a nationwide movement called the Yellow Tulip Project by planning Hope Gardens to raise awareness around mental health and suicide prevention.
Second.
Any discussion? Very good. All those in favor? Unanimous of all present. Item number 10, vote to waive electrical, plumbing, gas, as well as building permit fees estimated at approximately $365,000 that would otherwise be attributed to the 25 K Street project to exhibit the town's support of this affordable housing project.
So moved.
Second.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman?
Council Jovan.
Just as a question, I know I had postponed this from last week. We asked for a request to postpone to this week. If anybody can explain why the motion changed from 400,000 to approximately 365.
Because the amount I was looking at the amounts in the backup information, and it's my understanding that the backup information indicated that was $365,000. If I need to be corrected on that, then I stand to be corrected. It's an approximate figure, and that's what I was looking at.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm fine with that. It was a postponed agenda item from a previous meeting. Typically, it would have been the same agenda item. So, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, any discussion? Council Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a clarification on what Councilor Jovan asked. At the last meeting, Councilor Jovan said, could I make a motion to postpone this to next week for further discussion and vote and have the town manager take a look at ARPA funds? What infrastructure projects that we have on the books down there through DPW? Any sidewalk repairs, any water line repairs to Franklin Realty, major water line improvements to the property? What are the things that we know have to be done on the town side? He also talked about the parking lot across the street. Said he was going to, I'm sure we will have to do some road work there. Perhaps we look at it and we come back with some other different way that we can show that this is our in-kind contribution. That was the motion. Tonight's agenda item, it doesn't look, except for the price, it doesn't look like there's anything else, anything different on here. So I would like to hear from the town manager. I know he sent out an email tonight, and I would like someone to read this email, because it looks to me like he did look into the other things that we asked him to look into, such as other infrastructure projects and ARPA funds. And so I would like to hear from the town manager on this.
Mr. Chairman, just
Thank you.
a point of question to the council. I'm just a little confused. Are you questioning that my comment should have been written in this entire agenda item? My motion was simply to postpone that agenda item, and I said perhaps they could bring further information. My motion was specific to postponing this agenda item. I believe that I've done that in proper form. My question tonight was why the dollar amount changed, but the intent of my motion to postpone was to postpone the agenda item and then ask for further information. So I think I'm just asking the council to clarify his position on this.
But I believe I was asking for a clarification on the motion, and that's why I asked for the town manager to please explain this email that was sent out tonight talking about the different improvements, because when the motion to postpone was made, it didn't say we're going to bring it back exactly as it was before. There were all kinds of other things that were supposed to be, we were going to discuss and research, and so I'd like to know what was discussed and what was researched. So I was just asking for a clarification. And that's why I'd like the town manager to explain this to us tonight. What has he done to research this item, and what other areas are we looking at? Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Council Lazo.
I voted for postponement under the impression that we were going to go back and look at other ways instead of, waiving the fees, is there another way of helping out the project? And that's why I voted to postpone. And it was brought up in the intent of good faith that we'd take a look at maybe another avenue. And to the point, I thought maybe the town manager would have what happened.
Right.
And that's just what I think maybe the manager could.
And that's why I'm asking and planning on having discussion tonight on the subject. This is not a straightforward topic. I understand that.
Okay,
No
thank you.
problem, and that wasn't my intent. My intent was to have a good, strong discussion and move on the agenda item that way. Okay. Mr. Town Manager.
So pursuant to the conversation last week, I spoke with our DPW director and her staff. She prepared the memo. I'm sure she could articulate it just as well as I can. And if you want, I think she could read it and explain it in a moment. With regard to the ARPA funds, I did go back and look at what is known as the Interim Rule. That's the 135-page document that explains how ARPA funds could be used, as well as the frequently asked questions. I will say I had a very difficult time trying to figure out how to use ARPA funds in this particular situation, and I do not have a clear-cut suggestion this evening for using ARPA funds. As you know, there's several buckets that they can be used in for responding to the global pandemic and health emergencies. There can be whether we've had significant revenue loss, that we could replace that revenue loss. There is some methodology that can be used to help out frontline workers, and then the biggest bucket is really infrastructure, water, sewer, and broadband. So when I was looking at how to be creative, there are some ways that you could use this for economic development, but the difference here, and I think this is where it gets into a gray area, and I can't find any real consensus on this, is we did some projects that were our projects. Like, if you recall what we did on Main Street, we were doing the infrastructure project, and we made some additional enhancements to that project, which we thought would lead to economic benefit. What my concern here is that this is essentially a private development, and we're trying to use our funds and the assistance of gaining tax credits or grants for that particular project. So when I started looking at that, again, I couldn't find anything on point, but there were several places within the frequently asked questions where they try and give you examples of how these monies can be used, where there are prohibitions on using monies for pensions and debt payments. But there are several places within the FAQs where they prohibit you from using monies on non-federal matches and state matching monies that you're supposed to put up if you're going to do a clean drinking water application. So where they've singled out a couple of instances where you have to put in some type of matching funds, and they said that's not allowable, and I can't find anything on point, it leads me to believe that in this particular instance where we would be making a matching contribution to something that is not a project immediately done by the town, it may be difficult to justify. And as I previously indicated, unlike the CARES Act monies where you have to have upfront approval that you're properly using the monies, here this is an after-the-fact justification of your reasoning. Now, when we came forward with the economic development by expanding those lines on the water and sewer project on Main Street and the paving, there are, within those rules and the frequently asked questions, there are bulleted items that tie directly to that, so that when I write my report, which has now been moved off to April, how we're justifying using the ARPA funds. I can cite, and I already ran that by the administration and finance here in the Commonwealth. But I don't really see how to connect these dots, and I don't feel comfortable saying that I would recommend you using this at this time, because I'm not sure how we would write and justify this. I want whatever we do to pass that test, so that we're not on the hook for essentially giving that money back. That's not where we want to be. So I'm not comfortable recommending to this body to use ARPA funds for the $365,000 at this point.
Okay. Now regarding the,
So I should also say that I tried to make calls to DHCD because I wanted to understand whether they had heard about anybody using ARPA funds. I did not get to a human being. I got to voicemail. But I did speak to our DPW director, as I indicated, to look at the ongoing projects in the East Main Street area that may be considered in-kind contributions. Again, I'm not familiar. I was trying to do some research on how to use an in-kind contribution. I'm still working on that particular fact, but we do have a list of items that we are doing which we think run to the benefit of the developments on the Case Street property, and that is the list that was compiled by Ms. Blakely, who's at the podium, who can read that off for you folks.
If it pleases the council, I'll paraphrase from the email I believe you were forwarded earlier today. So Matt and I did look at the East Main Street project that we have proposed. We just currently, we're at council to award the waterline design project, which encompasses looking at sidewalks, the water line in that area, also looking at the drainage, and then improving the road surface after we make those improvements. So a preliminary cost estimate was done based on what we know of the conditions that were down there. The total overall estimated cost of the whole project was about $1.4 million, $1,900,000. This included water main, drainage improvement, sidewalk replacement, and new paved surfaces. We estimated that $900,000 worth of these improvements are occurring directly adjacent to the AO complex. So this is not just the one parcel that 25 Case Street is on, but the whole complex itself. This includes, there are about 2,600 linear feet of sidewalks proposed to be replaced that border the property. 900 feet of these sidewalks are existing concrete sidewalks with granite curb, and an additional 1,700 feet of asphalt sidewalks with concrete curb, replacing with similar materials to meet ADA requirements with a standard 5-foot width. The estimated improvements just for the sidewalks is $157,000. Water main improvements, there's 39,000 feet of water main to replace totally, and 65% of that is adjacent to the AO property at $466,000. I'm just kind of totaling up where I got the $900,000 from. Drainage improvements. The drainage is probably the biggest unknown at this time, but we're figuring 50% of the drainage improvements, which we gave an estimated cost of about $172,000, would be next to the project, next to the AO complex. Pavement, again, 60% is adjacent to the property. That's about another $200,000. All of these things are going to improve the, if we were doing betterments of a road condition, would be improving the conditions around this property. Sidewalks would be the most directly improvement. I think we all know the condition of the sidewalks down there, and if you're doing a nice major new development, one thing you definitely would want would be sidewalks. Something else to consider that we could look at would be the fencing that is currently owned by AO. Whatever we do in the future, we do have to, for a good stretch of that, basically that's 1,700 linear feet that goes along the current asphalt sidewalk, definitely needs to be replaced with some type of fencing to prevent falls because of how steep the slope is there. That's currently not included, but it would be something to consider if we needed to wrap it into the project. But I do see that whole area is going to be improved greatly with our project, and I would hope that some consideration of that kind of funding could be considered as an in-kind donation, but that's for your consideration. And I know that's going to take some wording in his application and how we do that, but I would be happy to work on that with someone. And I'll take any questions. Again, it's very preliminary. We don't have design plans. We're kind of just going on what we know of standard costs and what we've seen in costs for other projects recently.
Okay, Council Lazo.
Just a quick question, Heather. I liked a lot of what you were saying. Just a question on the fencing. It being a state highway going through Southbridge, would it be guardrails? I mean, you know how often cars just drive on through.
So
And-
Matt and I had some very interesting conversations of what kind of fence or what will you put there. So a guardrail is not, is what you need for cars. The speeds there don't, the speeds, it's a very interesting situation. We couldn't come up with a good solution off the top of our heads. For fall protection, it has to be higher than a guardrail. You need 42 inches, is really what you want, between 40 and 48 inches, so that nobody would just tumble over. A guardrail usually only hits you about 30 inches. So therein lies the problem. A guardrail is good for the cars, but doesn't really work for fall protection for somebody walking on the sidewalk, which we also know how steep that slope is. You wouldn't want anybody just jumping over the guardrail there and falling down that slope. So I think it would have to be something more hybrid, but that ends up being more costly. So it's going to take a little bit more looking, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't really want to give a cost to it, but it definitely is something that we should be working with the developer on, because I think from a planning perspective, somebody should be saying something that fence needs to be upgraded if you're bringing this many more people into this area.
Excellent, thank you.
Council Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, seeing that this is a $1.4 million infrastructure improvement to the area, I would think that that's enough to satisfy the state if they want they want the town to show that they're providing an in-kind contribution. I think that when the state says you have to put up some money for a project, to me that's just an unfunded mandate going through the builder. And I think if they can't do it without our waiving the fee, then it's probably not worth doing it. So as I said before, I'm still opposed to providing any waiving in the fees. I think the infrastructure is well above and beyond what we could do for this builder at this time. Thank you.
Very good. Anyone else?
You're not talking?
Please identify yourself for the record.
Hi there. It's okay to take the mask, hopefully. Denise Clements, 128 Country Club Place. So, heard about what was going on, heard about the presentation, and I think, there's lots that needs to be said on this regard. It was very interesting now to just hear about the improvements that are going on in that area in terms of sidewalks and roads and such and infrastructure. We have many, many sidewalks in our community that need help, and the fact that we're going to put a section there for new development, that's great. That's a great addition. I come here, though, tonight really talking about what I heard, which was the $400,000. Now it's down to $365,000 in fees, waiver of fees, and such as the agenda states. I realize that this is a really interesting project, as is the 40B project that Mr. Franklin Realty is doing at the beginning of K Street there. It adds 130 units on top of the 50. That's 180 units. All of that could not have been done without the overlay, which was done by this town. That is an in-kind donation. According to our economic office, they spent about 3 months developing that overlay plan to make this property not just for the one project, but now for the second for-profit private project. I think that's pretty darn good of this community to spend time and do that. To ask to waive $365,000 of general fund money that this community needs is unconscionable. I'm sorry, it's a for-profit, private, with investors project. We should not be waiving that. We've done enough. It sounds like we're even going to do a lot more. I think it's wonderful. I think Mr. Norton and the project, Franklin Realty, is going to do a wonderful project here in this community. If they choose to do it, it's their choice. But this rest of this community should not be put at risk in a lot of other ways. Most developers will come to a community with this type of project, and they know that most of the communities would ask, what's going to happen to our town? What is going to be the other effects, the ill effects that a project like this could bring? So on the one side, we see that this property, which has, been undeveloped for a long time and not bringing in a lot of tax revenue, will be made nice and will get taxes. That's wonderful. But what about the burdens that it'll put on us? What about the effects of public safety and on the schools and on the traffic? Has there been a comprehensive impact study done? So regarding, if we put all that aside and we put our worries about that aside, what about the burden of the inspections? So you want to waive all the fees, so our building inspectors, our plumbing, our electrical inspections, all the revenues that we would generate, revenues aside, which we need for other things. But now you put the burden on our inspections department. This is a huge project. By rights, they should be paying us more. They should be hiring more inspectors for us for this project so it can get done. Because what about the rest of this community who has building projects going on? Are they going to be delayed even more? Because it happens now. They're already delayed. People try to get inspections and it gets delayed. Oh, we'll do you in 3 weeks. Well, wait a minute. It's time to, move in or sell the house or something, and we get delayed now. So what's going to happen with this giant project, which I think is a great project? Don't get me wrong. It's a nice private, project. It's going to bring revenue to Franklin Realty, and it's going to eventually bring revenue to the town. However, in the meantime, this project is costing a lot of money and a lot of concern. We've already done the overlay, as I said. We provided inclusionary zoning for them, and that's one of the requirements. If this indeed, I'm not sure, I want to make sure I have this right. Is this a local initiative program? Is this considered local action units? Is that the, I don't see Mr. Norton here. Because if this project is the local action units that I'm reading about from the the DHCDH, Department of whatever it is, I get that wrong, then we are already providing, there are some types of actions that will generally be sufficient to satisfy the local action requirement, provided the municipal actions or approvals are conditioned as a matter of record. One of them is zoning-based approval, particularly inclusionary zoning provisions and special permits for affordable housing. So by doing what you already did, by allowing that overlay project to happen, you've allowed him to put in housing, affordable housing, according to what the presentation has been. So you've done, out of the three, and they're ors, they're not ands. You can do financial assistance and provisions of land or buildings. You can do all these things as part of your approval, as part of your help to this project. I think the town has already done it. Just in my opinion, of course, but I think the actions for zoning should satisfy the community requirements that are necessary for this. I also would like to say that, I was told that this is, somebody had mentioned today to me that this was on October 15th, I think, deadline to get the application in. This particular type of application, it always has an October deadline. It's not new. You're rushing to get through to something, and I understand you want to get it done by the 15th, but where's it been all this time? And why is it being rammed through now? As a citizen, I ask that question. But mostly I say that if we've already done this. We've already given, for the first project, a for-profit project, what, $170,000 in waivers? Can we really afford $365,000 more from our general fund? You have on your agenda to purchase an ambulance with funding and excess. While I may not be 100% on purchasing another ambulance at this moment, I would say take that money and buy the darn ambulance. Stop providing for more when this community needs the money. You've done it. You've provided. You've done it. And now you're doing more. I just hear about the roads and the sidewalks and the infrastructure. I think that's awesome. Great. It's online to be done. Count it in. Count it in and do not approve waiving all these fees and permits for this project. This community needs the money as well. And frankly, the first project got, what, $45 million in taxpayer money funding from the state? Every single one of you who work and pay taxes already gave. Everybody in this community already gave to the first 50-unit project. I ask you humbly, as a citizen who pays taxes too, as a developer who might say, geez, what about my project that's coming up? You going to waive my fees and permitting stuff too? What about everybody else? Are you going to do it for everybody else? Because one project, one developer shouldn't get the whole pot.
Ms. Clements, just a minute, please. She's going to continue. You're going to continue speaking for
Just
another
wrap
minute?
it up if you let me.
All right.
Make a
just wrap
motion
it
to
up.
extend the time.
Second. Sorry.
All those in favor?
Thank
Okay.
you. I know, I'm feeling quite passionate about this subject because as I said, Mr. Norton and Franklin, they've got great insight, they're great business, and they're doing some wonderful work. But we shouldn't have to subsidize it all the time. We've done enough. Use the money for this community. That's what's needed, and make it a benefit to all of them. An ambulance, everybody can take part in that. Other sidewalks that use that 365 and fix the sidewalks on some of the other streets that we walk on. Don't just give it away. I said it to you, and I said it to a bunch of you that I've actually contacted and asked some questions on, and made some comments already. You gave away the cow. Don't give away the barn, okay? Because we have to build another barn, and then what, So just don't do this one. Let this one be, and let us move on. So that's what I got to say. I've done a lot of research on the different type of housing and the different projects that were going on. I think the overlay district was huge, and it afforded Mr. Norton and Franklin to do and to get Wynn Development to partner with them on a win project. They know it's a win-win. Just let them do it. Let them do the project. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Councilor Jovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hearing a lot of good points this evening, and I think this was the good debate to have, and the reason why I asked for it to be postponed, so we could talk about different options and different thoughts processes of how we could best support a project without major impact to the taxpayers. Former Council Chairman Clements just stated a lot of good points. I would just say that the East Main Street project is already a project on the books. And again, if we're going to do a project of that magnitude, it would be wise to fix sidewalks in that area. I understand we have other sidewalks throughout the town, but if we're going to do a major project as we do on all these other projects, let's do it right once and be done with that area and then concentrate on another area. So I think by the memo that we hear, to Council Marquette's point, there's a lot of dollars that are going into that area that perhaps we could submit a letter of support for the project that articulates the fact that the town as a council and a community have done, just to that point, an overlay district in the area that allows that type of housing, or for him to reutilize those buildings for housing, that we have major infrastructure projects going in that area that will not only directly impact the complex down there, but also if there is over 100 units, the ability for people to walk to different destinations by those improvements in water and infrastructure projects. So I think I do understand the concern about waiving fees, and I think when we had this conversation last year about the first project, it seemed to me we didn't have that kind of ability or the management at the top on our end to be able to come out and think outside the box, and it was just a quick solution offered at that time. But here we have a lot of options that we can put down on paper that says we as a community support this. I had the opportunity to walk through the Wells project, and I have to say it's the same developer doing the project down at K Street. And if they can do what they're doing to that Wells project for the betterment of residents of this town and to bring some additional vibrancy to our community, I'm all for it, to take those buildings that are not going to be used and give them new life, because housing is a premium. I just saw an individual that is closing his business, not in our community, in a neighboring community, pretty successful business, because he doesn't have the housing for him to continue to live in the area, and he rents, so he can't afford to buy a house, can't find housing to rent. So there are housing projects. So I support this project. If we can go about submitting a letter of support that says we as a community support this project, and in kind, these are the type of things that we're offering for it without a dollar, the infrastructure project, the overlay districts, without waiving the fees, I'm all for that. I'll welcome other councilors'
I second
input,
that
though.
motion.
I didn't make a
you
motion
didn't make
yet.
a
I would
motion
like to
yet.
hear other
No,
councilors'
there's no
thoughts
other
on this.
motion.
Council Lazo has his hand up, and
Yep.
and perhaps that would work. Thank you.
Council Lazo.
A lot of good points. Let's not lose focus. We do need development in Southbridge. We do need blighted buildings fixed. We're not going to debate that. We all, I think, are on the same page. I'd just like to start out by thanking former Councilor Denise Clements coming forward tonight to bring out a viewpoint that we all understand, and that's impact of town services. Every time we build something, or whether it be a factory, a housing project, subdivision, there's an impact on ambulance, police, fire, DPW, maintenance, across the board. And that's why we have fee systems, is to put revenues back into the coffers to supply those services. In a lot of cases, government, they do not build from $1. They usually kind of contribute and work around it to help, and mainly knock down political barriers that some people put up to prevent certain things to happen in development. And then all of a sudden, a developer comes to town, and I must give Councilor Adams a lot of credit when it came to and Councilor Jovan, when the marijuana question came forward. You know, the political bridges you have to go over to get this development done. And then when it's done, you look and you see a blighted area that was Patton put a parking lot second to none in the globe, refurbished a big portion, and more portions of the mill are being taken up by him. And then you take a dilapidated coop scoop that was falling down and revitalize a building. If anybody's drove by, the landscaping, the building, everything. But that was a lot of political muscle by certain elected officials. We didn't give them money. We did it in a different way. And I think that's what Councilor Jovan's talking about. I don't want to speak for him. I share those views. But after the last meeting, I was amazed at the phone calls and the people that I was running into on waiving the fees. And a lot of the homeowners, I kind of talked about other developers, but the homeowners that pull the permits to do those small little roofs for $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 roofs, they ran to that town hall. You have to have a permit. You have to pay the fee. And if you happen to start a project or something, we have a very compassionate building inspector that works diligently on trying to help citizens do it the right way. So when you look at the big picture, and I put up a very good political fight against this agenda item for one reason. This is not the way to help. And I think it's a bad precedent that will be set, that every developer has the right to come to us. If we're really pro-development, let's do it for everybody. And then you would run into a problem. When you look at, and again, I commend Adams, Councilor Adams, for this document in front of us on the trash. It's an issue that we've put at the top of the priority list as a council, town manager, goals and objectives. So I think when you look at this and you say, if we do this, we're going to raise taxes 6.9, between 5.2 and 6.9. You're talking between $200 and $300 on the tax rate. And then the big number comes out based on 214,000 ballpark. When you look at these numbers, all of a sudden, should we be giving these fees out? But the final thing that pushed me over the top with it is the citizens of Southbridge. They're outraged by even considering it. And that's why I said, look, we're only in deliberation. We're working on it. I think you have a split council as far as, you know, we want to do the right thing. I don't think anybody up there wants to do the wrong thing. It's a matter of belief. And coming from the building field, this one here, I just cannot support this style of helping. I would like to apologize to Chip Norton. He did reach out and he gave me a call as far as do I have any questions. I really don't have any questions of the project as much as the process of how we're helping them. And I think I've been clear on what my stance is. I will continue. I will not support this tonight in this format. But I got to tell you, I think that if this passes, this will be a very bad precedent set again. Thank you.
Good. Anyone else? Councilor Catrona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, a lot of good conversation, a lot of good dialogue this evening. I also heard from residents over this past weekend, and the strain that they've already been put under in taxes and water and sewer. I think it is a bad precedent to set if we can come up with another way of doing something. Tonight on our agenda, we have an ambulance to pay for. I'm sure we're going to have discussion. We have trash pickup that was brought up tonight as well. Our roads, our infrastructure, water, sewer. We have a lot of things to consider in this town. Giving up $400,000 right now is a lot of taxpayer dollars that could fund some of these projects. My stance last week was to say no to spending the $400,000. I've had conversations with other counselors, as well as reaching out to Mr. Norton and ex-counselors. My stance won't change. The $400,000, this town can't support that right now. I think it's much too big of an impact on the taxpayers, and it's not a good precedent to set with other construction going on in this town. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to you. Everybody correct what they're saying about we're not ready to give 400,000, but we taking every problem in town and we put them on that project. Ambulance, we need, regard him. Sidewalk, we need to fix, regard that project. Water and sewer, it need to be fixed, regarding him. Why we making everything bad? Seems that project, he is the one making all this happen. No, we have a sewer and water, old, need to be fixed and repaired, regardless of his project. It's our responsibility to provide to the owner property right to the line. When any owner, not only him, if you give him the 400,000 or not, you have to do what we have to do to get that building up to code. If you need to get a sprinkler system, water, sewer, line, whatever we have to do. So what I hear everybody, we need the money, correct. But anybody look 4 years from now, when we collect those $365,000, we're going to be collecting $100,000+ from that project. It's sitting there for 30 years. And all previous council, they was on the council, what they did for this town. I just want to say it the way it is. They like it or not. What they did, nothing. This town is going down and down and down. Now we have somebody after 30 years, he want to fix that building before it fall in the river. We're going to hold him just because $400,000. I'm not saying we have to waive the whole thing. I say in the last meeting, we can work with him, maybe half the fee. Meet him halfway. The guy, he's willing to, he doesn't care. He can take those money and go somewhere else. He can sell that building and bring somebody worse than what he's trying to do. But we only hearing from everybody else, oh, we need to fix the pipe. We need to fix the sidewalk. We have to fix it, if he did the project or not. 30 years that building is vacant because nobody wanted to work in the past. Was Mr. Norton. Maybe I wasn't around enough to hear all the story to say it now, but everybody in the past, it's here. You know what I'm talking about. Halfway, maybe we'll give him 50%. Some fee the town is going to pay, some fee is not. But why we're going to say no for somebody who's coming to spend $45 million in town just because $365,000, we can't work with him. Well, we need to run the town. You need to buy an ambulance regarding this project. We need to run the sewer regarding everything. So I think it's a great move for Mr. Chip. I think we should help him. You say you want to develop the town, you want more businesses, you want a better community, you want build better everything, and then you don't want to work with no owner, nobody. How are you going to build the town like that? You're going to keep saying, oh, I don't want to spend $10 here or $100,000 here, or we're never going to move forward. We're going to keep having vacant building fall apart. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I just want to go over the overall picture of this type of project in Phase 1 and Phase 2. We received a brief from Mr. Norton about a year and a half ago with this master plan, which included Phases 1 and 2. We all agreed those were great ideas, a great master plan. Phase 1, 5 through 15 K Street. Phase 2 would be 25 through 35 K Street. And we were all excited about that to see progress happen in our town. So between those two projects, it's $86 million. Between the two alone. That, I just want to make mention, between the $530,000 that we would waive, 165, 5 through 15, 365, 25 through 35 K Street, that accounts for 0.006% of the overall budget. So we all understood that, and I'm afraid if this doesn't go through this evening, just a reminder, $365,000 waiving the fees is actually no funds changing hand. Yes, it's extra labor for our inspectors and all that kind of stuff, but that $365,000 is not something that the town's going to gain at all. And so we have a 30-year-old vacant building that's fallen apart. It's going to sit there for another 10 years and nothing's going to happen to it. Why? Why would he invest into this town if that's going to happen each time? Now, I will say I received different phone calls, obviously, from different residents. I got a phone call last night from a mother of two who live in town, go to school here in town, and said, when can I move in to that new place on 5 through 15 K Street? I explained to her about a year, but as soon as the management company comes through to start accepting applications, I would let her know. That's the type of people that we bring in. He's bringing in 127 units, high-end, affordable housing units. I will say, Councilor Jovan, myself, Mr. Rumsey, Councilor Steves, Maureen Doyle, a few others joined us last Thursday to take a walk through Wells Street School, and it received the same type of criticism in a sense before, and if you look at it now, it is absolutely going to be beautiful in there. Affordable. All right, 5 through 15, affordable. 25 through 35, affordable for the residents that need a break, per se, because if you're looking at a triple decker and you're getting yourself, a family in there, it's going to cost you over $1,500. Now, I will say if it goes through, it's obviously going to add continued progress to our town and beautify the landscape itself. I am in favor of the waiver. The reason why I'm in favor of the waiver is we're not taking from our own savings. Would it be ARPA? Would it be something else that we say stabilization money? So I'm in favor of waiving the fees, but I'm willing to listen and learn. The contribution per unit, 5 through 15, was $3,438. With this project, it decreased $2,876 per unit. So it actually went down. Utilizing the same type of formula, though, that was used for 5 through 15 K Street. I do hear from residents saying, well, what about the little guy? What about other private industry? And I heard it this evening, and there are very good points that are brought up, but we have helped out through CDBG grant funds, through permit waivers that this council approved last year to help them out, through CDBG funds that we, as a town, applied for to help private industry. We didn't have to do that. We did it, though, for the region. So we are providing for, if you want to say the little guy, contractors, business owners, and stuff like that. Not everybody's going to be happy. I spoke to an individual this evening about that, and they asked about some other issues in town. Businesses, come to find out, they probably weren't true. Anyways, I take a look at this and say, you don't pass this. The town council doesn't pass this. You're not getting your $365. You're not going to get your $100,000 per year. What you're going to get is the same old Southbridge that's been sitting here for quite some time. We're making progress in this town, be it the economic boom, making decisions by this town council and subcommittees and boards. It is helping quite a bit. I don't think 0.006% of the overall budget between this, for this project is asking too much. Again, it's not taking out of the coffers. It's not hurting the taxpayer at all. Actually, it's gaining property tax value. Each year it goes up. And reminder, that 365 is not in 1 year. It's over probably a 2 or 3 year period as they develop it. First responders, I agree. You got to take a look at those. Where are we short of? We're already short. Police officers and firefighters. So we as a council have a responsibility to address that. Be it just not because Chip Norton's here, but because we have a need in this town for what we have. The school system's not changing anytime soon. We're already still under receivership. That's not going to hurt us. I will say this, you bring in 127 units. You bring in the other units that you had before. Now you bring in people. Now you bring in people that buy, that purchase, that pay excise taxes on their vehicles. They pay property tax, or well, hopefully one day will pay property tax, but Jim Norton will be paying property taxes. So it's a win-win. That hopefully they start a business. Hopefully they bring their families here. Hopefully they help to better the school system. It's a change for our town. The progress is the progress. Now I'm willing to listen and learn when it comes to this motion, but you know, I do support the waivers, but I'm willing to learn on that one. I do have a question for Mr. Norton, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind me asking him a question. And I'd like for him to be able to speak on some of the questions that have been asked too as well, since it is his project and he is forking up his own name and his company's name for this. I've been hearing for a couple months that, and this is serious business at this point in time, that somebody on this council is taking a kickback, you're providing, or on your payroll, receiving essential items, support from you, whatever it may be, to gain a vote for this issue.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
What's your point?
Councilor Adams is making a serious accusation against a councilor. I don't think it's proper.
Well,
Councilor.
well,
Excuse
you know, I'll leave it.
Mr. Chairman, did you rule on that point of order? Because I didn't hear him state an allegation against the counselor. I thought he said it's been reported that a counselor. Is that not what you said?
That's what it's been reported.
So he's asking the question. Maybe he can clarify the question to confirm his point of order. He's asking a question that it's been alleged.
Right.
He's not saying that a specific counselor. So, but
No.
what is your ruling on the point of order?
I'll allow the question.
What was that? I'm sorry.
I'll allow the question.
So if I'm saying it wrong, please just let me know so we don't have any Attorney General conversations. I've received reports for months now that somebody on this council who's on your payroll that is receiving a positive vote in this manner because you're providing some type of essential items or support for them or whatever it may be. I don't even know the proper words for at this point in time. There's some type of financial incentive or other incentives. Can I ask that question?
I still feel it's out
You
of
got it?
order.
You have to name your source.
It's called a payoff.
Yeah,
You want to say it, call it what it
yeah,
is.
say it what it is.
Okay.
I had it up there.
You can continue.
Was that?
You can continue.
All right, I'm just asking Chip Norton.
No.
I didn't get one.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair. But I will, I'm sorry, no, I will ask for a vote to, amendment to the motion itself. Vote to approve the vote to approve the town's in-kind commitment to the 2535 K Street project in the amount of $365,000, which funding will be decided by the town council in the next 90 days.
Second.
Okay, we have an amendment that says that we will vote to
Vote to approve the town's in-kind commitment to the 25 through 35 Case Street project in the amount of $365,000, which funding will be decided by the town council in the next 90 days.
In-kind commitment of 300, all right, so if I got this right, vote to approve the town's in-kind commitment of $365,000 funding to be decided in the next 90 days.
Yes.
All right, we have a motion and a second, an amendment and a second. Discussion. Councilor Adams.
So the reason why I'm bringing this up is I'm willing to listen for the next 90 days, try to figure out how we can help support this project with the $365,000 based on what the town manager has provided us this evening, what Ms. Blakely and her team has kindly provided us this evening, the discussion with Mr. Norton on the project itself, and because I understand there is a little hot topic on this issue. So that's the purpose behind it. I'm willing to have a conversation about it and see what can help out. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Lazo.
You've got my ear. So what you're saying is, in the next 90 days, we can come up with, between DPW and various increases in different things, creative ways of helping the project. It could be sidewalks, it could be... I yield it to
Councilor Adams.
let him tell me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilor Lazo. Yes. Yes, and that would be, what would happen is we are required to provide a letter to DHCD stating we are in commitment of whatever it may be. But it's an open-ended commitment of funding it through in-kind sources and or funding or whatever it may be. And that way we can get that project moving forward in the right direction while at the same time negotiating with Mr. Norton, town manager, whoever it may be, to try to figure out how do we get to that $365,000 without, we come to a compromise to help support this project. It's $86 million between the two. Thank you.
Councilor Jovan, then Councilor Marquetti.
I'll yield to Councilor Marquetti. He had his hand up first.
Councilor Marquetti.
Thank you, Councilor Jovan. So I thought this had to be decided by October 15th. Now all of a sudden we got 90 days we can decide this. This amendment to me sounds it doesn't sound right. Sounds like another trick or something. Oh, let's agree to that whatever the in-kind contribution, it equals 365. I'd rather keep it straightforward, up or down. I don't want any tricks involved here. I'd like to know why is it every time we have to do economic development in this town, it's always off the back of the taxpayers. I pay a lot of taxes in town. I pay a lot of water and sewer bills. Here's a whole packet of my water and sewer bills. The town never gives me any break on it. Here's my taxes. Every quarter I'm paying my taxes. The town doesn't give me any waiver on my taxes. Here's my excise tax bill. The town doesn't give me any waiver on my excise tax bill, so I don't see the reason to give Mr. Norton a waiver on this project. Now, Councilor Adams said this is, he's got some, I don't know, some numbers, fuzzy math here, 0.066% or something like that. That's on his property value. That 0.06% is his property value. And when he starts renting those apartments, he will more than make up for the loss of this fee waiver. And at the last meeting, they said, well, this will be paid for with our taxes in 3 years. I don't think the property is going to go up in value tomorrow, so it's going to take 3 years for him to even finish the project, and then another 3 years before we recoup the loss in the fees. So no, I still don't agree with this. I think that we should just stick with what it is. I don't want any tricks on, oh, we'll pay this. We'll pay Peter to, we'll rob from Paul to pay Peter. We should just vote it up or down. I'm still not in favor of it. And that's all I have to say. I think that we should just, I'm not trying to shut down the project. I think that what we are doing over there is good enough. That, as far as I'm concerned, that is an in-kind contribution. I don't know how we could do any more for the guys, so that's how I feel about it. Thank you.
Councilor Jovan, then Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the previous speaker's point, I don't think Council Adams is trying to do a trick here. I think we're trying to come up, or I'm not going to put words in his mouth. He can defend himself. I think earlier I stated that I support this project. I do understand the concerns about the waiver of fees. I do understand what my good friend Councilor Adams is trying to state. I guess I would clarify the motion to just simply say, vote that the town of Southbridge supports the application, or however we want to word it, of Franklin, or whatever the group is, to apply for the LTAC grant. And part of the support that will come from the town of Southbridge will be in-kind contributions, that we support the project with in-kind contributions. Now, those in-kind contributions don't have to be the waiver of the fees. I think at this point, and Mr. Norton can correct us, all he needs is a letter of support that says, we as a council supports this project. As part of that support, we do agree to contribute in kind as a support, and that may be in the form of infrastructure improvements in the area, the AO overlay district that we've already put in, and a combination of that we can articulate at a later date. However, we do support. When we did the Wells project, maybe I wasn't here for that vote. I just know what was articulated to us by the former town manager, former councilor chair. Clements may have a better recollection of this. There was no dollar amount that was stated for him to apply for those LTEC, for the LIHTC credits. It was simply a letter of support that says we as a council or a community support this project, and as a result, we have this building that we are selling that may have potential for less of a sale price. And I do believe that part of that application also said, in addition, the town of Southbridge is doing infrastructure improvements on Main Street, and that's our contribution to this project, because we do not have the means as financial to support it with actual cash dollars. And I think that's simply what we need to do this evening and not make it complicated. We as a council vote to support this project because it is a worthwhile project for economic development in our community. We support we support the applicant, and in support of that application, we are going to provide, we do have plans to improve infrastructure, the AO overlay district, and that combination without waiving the fees. It's a letter of support that we support the project, and that's, I think, what the state wants to see. And it's going to be more, if I'm hearing the DPW director correctly, it may be more than $400,000. That at some point, the state is going to be able to say, you have a potential of $500,000 to $1 million worth of infrastructure improvements for that whole area that are going to directly affect not only the residents of 5 through 15, but 25 through 35. So I would ask, just let's vote to support the project and articulate those little things that we can do without waiving the fees. That's my recommendation. Hopefully we can get that clarified. Thank you.
I agree.
Are you making that as an amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, I would. Amendment to the amendment? Yeah, because I think that's the intent here. The intent is simply to say, Chip, put your application in. We fully support the project because, yes, it's $86 million of improvements to a property that hasn't been the ability to do this, and it's vision. It's my vision of how, if you drive in this town right now, and I go from Sturbridge to Big Y, and we sit there and we come down, and Big Bunny did improvements with their storefront and their signs. And then we get to the right side where we approved a marijuana, people may not want marijuana, but it's a cultivation facility on the right that they're going to clean up that riverbank of a fire that occurred, God, my daughter is 37 years old, 40 years ago. Nothing's really been done with that area. They're putting in nice development in that area, clean it up, security, high security. Then we go over the bridge and we look to the left and we see what Green Meadows and and the owner of that property is doing, and if we can get somebody to come
Wait a minute,
into
what about before that?
Lazo's Bar. that
They
he-
tore down the dump.
You know, we tore, right, the town tore down, and now you come up the hill, and then you hit Wells, and you say, wow, look at that. The excitement that you see people in this community when they start to see the transformation of that building, the windows and how it's popped up, and then you sit there going, I wonder what's inside, and then you see what's going on inside, and then I come down Main Street, and we're gonna have a brand new Main Street driving downtown. If we can get that lot where the fire was, which we put water lines in as forward-thinking councilors to say, hey, how can we best use ARPA money and put water lines in for future economic development. Nobody asked us to. It was the town manager's thought, DPW's thought. Let's go down that. How can we better utilize those buildings for water development? And then I get all the way down to, we're going to have crosswalks. We're going to have a monument area to Dresser Park. And then I hit the AO complex. Mr. Norton has already cleaned up a lot of the riverfront, and we see the vision that he has for that. And I go to Big Y. Think about the potential of what residents of the town are going to see. And then we get 150 people in that area, and you say, hey, Chip, maybe, and we got liquor licenses coming, maybe we can put a restaurant right in that complex there. Chip can put a restaurant in it because we did an overlay district. Let's support vision. 4 years ago when I ran, I said, let's talk about vision. And we're doing it on the economic side. We're trying to get the schools under place. But let's think forward thinking. Let's not get stuck in the past and say we can't afford it. I pulled out a little piece of paper where a former manager in this town said, we're a poor town, we can't do anything, I can't get out of the way. And now you sit here 4 years later, 1 year, all the work that we've done over the last couple of years, a new revitalized Southbridge. I think it's the eye to the future. Is that the model that we got down on Main Street? Eye to the future. Let's continue the momentum. Let's support this project. Let's get the wording right and get it in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second his amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
All right, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Marquetti.
I would ask that, just to make it easier for Counselor Adams just to withdraw his
That's what I was going to say.
amendment. We'll go with this amendment of Counselor
What was the
Joel.
amendment? Can you read that off for me?
All right.
The amendment to the amendment?
Vote that the amendment from Councilor Jovan is vote that the town of Southbridge support the project with an in-kind contribution of infrastructure and overlay district. That's what I got.
Well, it's vote that the town of Southbridge submit a letter of support
Vote that the town of Southbridge submit a letter.
to the project, and the in-kind contribution will be made up of a variety of factors, including but not limited to those two things.
What two things?
All right, vote that the town of
What two
Southbridge
things?
submit a letter of support of the project with an in-kind contribution of infrastructure and
And the creation of the overlay district.
creation.
The overlay, okay. No mention of the waiver.
Of
That's
the
good.
overlay district.
Thank you.
Okay, one more time. This is, we got a motion to a motion to a motion. Vote that the town of Southbridge submit a letter of support of the project with an in-kind contribution of infrastructure and creation of the overlay district.
Before I do withdraw, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
can I have Chip Norton come up and speak real quick as far as, is that, because we could say that, but when you put in our skin at that point in time, is it going to be able to go through the state, or is it just going to be shot back down? I understand where Councilor Jovan is coming from, and I have no problem supporting that, but I just also want to make sure that our contribution, that wording would help move that project forward.
Could we go through the town manager, if we could? I mean, I think we say infrastructure, but we could also put in a dollar amount. I mean, the potential of the infrastructure is $500,000 to $1 million of potential infrastructure that's going to go in that area for cost. That shows a dollar amount for the infrastructure. And it's a project that we're doing that's going to directly impact that area, the housing and everything else. Thank you.
I think we need more discussion.
All right,
I think that.
hold on. Let me take a breath here for a second.
Just one quick comment.
Just a minute. All right, we have a motion and a second. Okay.
Do we just have the motion correctly right now?
I'm sorry?
We have the motion correct right now.
We have the motion correct. Vote that the town of Southbridge submit a letter of support to the project with an in-kind contribution of infrastructure and creation of the overlay district. That sound right?
Yeah.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Okay. We had discussion from Councilor Adams. Other councilors wish to discuss. We also want to hear from Mr. Norton.
Town manager?
And we also want to hear from Citizen Member Clements, the former Chair Clements, who'd like to address the motion, I believe, the amendment. All right, which has a title to. Okay, let's start with the councilors. Councilor Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Regarding the email we received this afternoon from the DPW, 1 million point, you can put that number to improve the project on there, the sidewalk, the road, the waters, all that.
Okay, Councilor Lazo.
I say put no number. There are going to be some creative things we might be able to do to help this project, and you won't strap it into a bracket and won't strap it to money as much as it will translate into movement by the town. I like what Councilor Jovan put forward by eliminating the waiver of any fees in the way that's listed here, but otherwise, you know, we're supporting the project. How we support it can be decided later. And again, as Councilor Adams said, if Jim Norton comes up in a little while and says that would fill the void in the letter to get the approval, because you know that this council is going to help. I just don't think that's the avenue, but I think there's a lot of the things, the DPW director, I mean, fencing alone, it's a two-win series, you know, protects our citizens from going over into the fatal death, beautification for the project. I mean, there are some things we can do. I don't think we should put a dollar amount to it right now, but if we can get it through and get it into the powers to approve this project, I think is what the intent is to Councilor Jovan's amendment.
That is my intent. Thank you.
All set, Councilor Lazo? Councilor Lazo, you all set?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Catrona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, I was going to reiterate what Councilor Lazo had to say. I'd also support Councilor Jovan's motion without a dollar amount. I don't think we should tie ourselves into a number right now. I think that would be a fatal mistake. I like some of the infrastructure moves that the DPW director came up with this evening. I think we can work with some of this enough to get the application submitted and to move this project forward. Thank you.
Okay, any other councilors?
Councilor, I just want to, my intent of the dollar amount was not so much to pigeonhole ourselves into a dollar amount. It was more to say, hey, we have this project that's estimated a value of $1 million or whatever in that area that will directly impact that project. So it wasn't that the dollar amount was specific to that in-kind contribution. It was just more of a bullet point to them that says this project is $1 million project that would directly impact that. Okay. So it wasn't a dollar amount that that was not my intent. I just wanted to clarify that for everybody. So I certainly understand your point, but that really what it was so that when that letter goes in, it says, hey, it's $1 million project that would directly impact this area. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I just got to say, what a week. I have gotten a lot of calls on this issue, both from people who want affordable housing. As I stated last week, I do support affordable housing and increasing affordable housing. Councilor Jovan's mentioned it tonight. It's really hard to find housing right now, and we're losing a lot of economic opportunity because of it, right? But at the same time, I also heard from people like former Councilor Chair Denise Clements, and their concern around spending tax dollars. I think this is a great solution that addresses the need for the application to get the support from the town from an in-kind contribution, while at the same time not hurting the taxpayers. So I think this is a nice compromise that this body was able to get to after a long bit of discussion over 2 meetings. So I want to thank all of you for all of that, because it was really informative and it helped me in my decision process tonight. So thank you.
Any other councilors? Councilor Adams.
I'd still like to hear from Mr. Norton real quick.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other councilors? Mr. Norton, could you please approach the podium?
I'd rather hear from the town manager, to tell you the truth.
We will have to. Okay, Mr. Norton? Is
Well,
there
thank
any,
you.
are there any points that you'd like to make?
I think having the commitment opened in, giving the town ultimate flexibility on the sources is just fine. I think it's great. Not to backtrack, but the waiver of building permit fees was an idea we came up with on the first project as a way to not dip into city coffers and financial money they want to use for other projects. You're basically taking future money for this project and utilizing it for that project. That being said, if that's not acceptable to the council, in kind, in a variety of different ways, would work just fine. Infrastructure may work. I'm not a technical expert on Department of, DHCD requirements as what qualifies, but we would certainly work with DHCD and the council and the town to look at a variety of ways of in-kind that would work. I think it is important that a dollar value be put on that in-kind contribution today so that DHCD understands the level of the commitment, if it's in-kind, of what it will be at the end of the day. The application that we fill out actually specifically talks to an amount, and it does not ask how it's going to be funded, but it does specifically request that you put in a number. So this is a DHCD requirement. I reiterate once again, this is not a developer's requirement. This is a requirement of the state as they're looking for the community to contribute a contribution to the project, and they've asked in the application that a dollar amount figure be put in.
Councilor Marquetti?
I think the problem with putting a dollar amount in there is then we would be locking ourselves into that dollar amount. So if the state wants to call us up and ask us about it, let them call us up. And the town manager, if he wants to, he can tell them, this is how much it's estimated, but I don't think we should lock ourselves into a dollar amount at this time. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Lazo?
I'm trying to work with this. I like the intent of the Joe Van amendment as far as showing the strength in the community and the vote of a council to get behind the project. I also think that if you take the DPW director and some of the things that she listed and ballpark figures, maybe would that cover it? Or do you have to actually have $400,000? I didn't understand that, but...
I can't speak to the requirements. I mean, the improvements, as I've seen them and heard, a lot of them are not specific to the property boundaries where 25 K Street sits. There's a boundary, the building, the land around the building. There's parking within the AO complex that goes with the project. There's also parking across East Main Street that goes with the project. That East Main Street parking lot, even though it's privately owned, is some of the improvements are on the edge of it or abut it. That may qualify. You're asking me a technical question I can't sit here and answer tonight. That's really a DHCD question down the road to say, here are the improvements. What would qualify as in-kind for this specific project? I just can't answer the technical aspect of that question right now. But certainly, we're going to support any of those kinds of suggestions the town has.
Right, I mean, they have dollar values. They do have dollar values, but, I mean, the DPW director threw out some ideas, and I thought it was very creative on her behalf with the manager. But I think that, how do you work that in? I mean, if we listed the actual road improvements, fence improvement, but we don't even know how it would get there. I mean, if something came through on highway funds or something came through a grant on fencing, I mean, you see how many grants come over our dais here and grant writer constantly grabbing stuff. And I mean, from all walks of life in the construction field. So yeah, I don't know how we get the number because it's going to be like Neil and Jello on a tree. I think I'd like to hear from the Planning and Development Subcommittee on some of that grant money that we always run into and find. Yeah, you.
Councilor Adams.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. First of all, I just want to reiterate, and I don't disagree with Councilor Jovan and everybody else about trying to find the in-kind and how do we go about doing that. That's why when the motion was made from myself about the 365, it took from what Mr. Norton is requesting to make sure DHCD is good to go with that, an open-ended commitment, and it gave us 90 days to figure out how we go about funding this in an in-kind manner, be it $10 from a electrical waiver to $200,000 for fencing that can be tied right into 25 through 35 K Street. So I think that's one of the big portions. Not Mr. Norton who's making up the rules, is the requirement of a figure amount. So if we were able to put that figure in there, you know, by all DPW and a few other things, talk with Ms. Dean as well, how do we go about providing that support in that region of the area? Maybe there's something that we can utilize and work on, but it gives us 90 days. But it also gives an opportunity to say, okay, now we move this pre-application forward to the state. So, you know, I think that gives us enough time to figure that amount out in kind without breaking any banks. And I'll work with Ms. Dean on it, and we'll figure this thing out, and I'll work with the town manager to help out. What can we do? My concern is you take the 365 away, it doesn't go in there, the grant's gone, building stays the same, another 10 years, and you don't get the property value out of it. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I do want to mention, not fuzzy math there, Councilor Marquetti, it's basic math.
Okay.
Division and adding. Thank you.
So is Counselor, I'm sorry,
Councilor Marquetti.
is Counselor Adams withdrawing his motion or not? Because if he's not, I don't know how we're working this. Are we voting on his motion first?
No, we would vote on the second amendment first.
Right.
Right.
Okay. I'd like to hear from,
Can we hear from the town manager? Because we paid
Yes.
the guy a lot of money.
Yes.
And
No, we don't.
we never asked him his opinion. Could we ask the town manager?
Absolutely.
fine.
Absolutely. I just wanted to hear from the councilors first. All right, Mr. Town Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, there's a couple things that I know citizen member or citizen Ms. Clements had brought up within the DHCD guidelines for affordable housing, the Chapter 40B. There is a local action requirement that cites the criteria she mentioned. For the low-income housing tax credit that is referenced in Mr. Norton's proposal, there is actually a page on the Massachusetts website that talks about it. And it talks about the selection criteria. And one of the bullet items is the degree of local support, which includes local funding commitments. So I did find a low-income housing tax credit allocation plan for 2021, and it actually details the 13 criteria that someone needs for this type of credit application. And threshold number 3 is evidence of local support. And in that it says, in an ideal world, every affordable housing project would have the support of 2 key constituents, its neighbors and its elected leaders. And it goes on to say that it encourages all applications to have full local support. So I would interpret that to be the letter that was referenced here, that there has to be some evidence from the community that it supports this project going forward. However, the last paragraph of threshold 3 of evidence of local support says, with respect to local contributions, numerous projects submitted for such consideration are located in municipalities that may have their own funds through federal sources, including CDBG monies, home monies, and other sources. For those projects located in such municipalities, the DHCD typically requires a local contribution of funds. So it's clear to me that you should be submitting a letter in support of this. Where it says typically requires a local contribution of funds, I'm not sure if that doesn't say that you shall be required to have those local funds. It says typically requires. So I think we need a little more flushing out of what that means, whether they would actually want to see some CDBG monies, or the fact that we're directing other federal monies, because other sources may include ARPA. If we're spending ARPA monies on some of those improvements specifically designated in that area of the community to not only help this project, but 5 through 15, I think that could be interpreted that way, that you are giving some local contributions. So I think there's merit to both arguments that, yes, we should waive it and make it look like it's an actual dollar amount, but I think there's also merit to the projects that Ms. Blakely is enumerated, that we are spending money that we're getting from the federal government and our own tax base to make improvements, as Councilor Adams and other councilors, everybody has contributed this evening, that what we're trying to do is improve Southbridge overall. As he indicated, you know, if we choose not to back this particular project, maybe Mr. Norton doesn't do anything with this particular building. We don't get any revenue from that, and that building stays idle. But if we can provide the necessary letter of support and demonstrate that we're committing the local funds and that project goes forward, you know, that helps put a shine on what we're doing, what we're trying to do, and projects like that that improve the housing stock could also increase the value of the homes in this community for the rest of the citizens. And most citizens know that their greatest asset in life is going to be their home. And most citizens will vote at the end of the day to improve the value of that property, because that's what they're going to retire on, that's what they're going to leave to their children. So I think if we can find a reasonable way to demonstrate that local support and either show through whether it's the waiver and we have to flush this out, or that we've contributed through other sources such as these projects utilizing other federal funds that we have contributed, I think we can back this in sufficient ways that will help Mr. Norton to move forward with this project without spending additional taxpayer dollars. I hope that answers everybody's question.
Okay.
That's why you get the big bucks.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Norton?
One comment. Mr. Dorn, I want to apologize for not getting back to you, but I will stop down and give you a call. Maybe have a coffee with you.
No problem. Just to clarify, I actually brought the page from the pre-application that's due at the end of October, the Mass One Stop, and it has a specific line that says amount of matching funds to be provided by town, city. Next box is, are the matching funds committed? There's no request to identify the funds in the application, but there is a request for an amount.
For an amount. Okay.
And as I said in my presentation, this has become a major issue over the last 3 or 4 years as this program has become more competitive around the state. They allocate a certain amount of money for affordable housing projects, the governor's office does each year, 70 million, 80 million, whatever the number is going to be for this year or next year, and that's probably oversubscribed by 3 times. So it's very important that when you get into this pre-application process, that you have really all of your T's crossed and your I's dotted, so you don't get kicked out and eliminated and have to start all over again, because it is a lengthy process. I'd also like to add, Southbridge is really in an enviable position right now, because we've gotten the state to see these kinds of communities as target communities for these programs. To get potentially the amount of money that Southbridge is getting between Wells School, 515 K Street, and potentially 25 K Street, we're talking over $100 million to the town of Southbridge. For a town of this size, population, and economic fabric, that's a huge amount of money. So I think, I just like to say, I think that we've got the state to focus on affordable housing in this part of the state is a big plus. And the fact that they've committed the amount of dollars already to the town of Southbridge is quite impressive. So that's the good positive news with all of this.
Very good. Councilor Lazo.
If we could, I think we've had a former council being very patient back there.
Yeah. Ms. Clements?
Thank you. Again, Denise Clements, 128 Country Club Place. Thank you, Councilor Lazo. No problem. It's a very important topic, and it should be very well vetted. Just for the record, I did see a press report from July. Baker Polito administration announced $139 million in funding and tax credits to preserve 1,346 units of affordable housing. So anyway, there's a lot of money going on out there with the state right now, which came from the federal government, which all came from us. So there were some points made. I just want to make sure. I think the amendment that Councillor Jovan has proposed is right on target. One of the, again, in research, and you're looking at the Department of Housing and Community Development. Yeah, I got that. I keep getting that wrong. But one of the lines they used, the definition had previously interpreted to mean financial subsidies only. Cities and towns had little incentive to undertake housing initiatives which did not require direct state or federal assistance, which were otherwise within the intent of the Mass General 40B. LIP allows the Department of Housing and Community Development to provide technical assistance that qualifies as subsidy, and it goes on. But again, we say one of the criteria in the plan is inclusionary zoning. So the amendment is, you already did the inclusionary zoning in order for Mr. Norton to have his first development. You provided inclusionary zoning with the overlay district, which then provided the means for him to develop those two buildings or any other buildings that are right in that overlay district. So that in itself was a huge, huge in-kind to be able to do that, to provide quality housing for the state, which we know that we've been hearing from the governor for quite some time now about the need for that all over the state, and projects get granted. And I know sometimes it can take more than one round. You might have to go 2 rounds or 3 rounds to get your funding. Mr. Norton knows that because he didn't get on the first round. I believe he got on the second round, almost $45 million for the first project that you help subsidize with the permitting and fees. But there's a couple of points made, and I just wanted to reflect on them from Councillor Adams when he said that schools, it won't hurt the schools, it won't hurt many things. And again, I'm not for saying, I think the project is a good project. It is going to bring a lot of people, but it also may bring more school choice, because if our school systems aren't up to par, people might move in and go, I'm going to move to Southbridge for the good housing. My kid can go to school choice. And we all know how many millions that costs Southbridge. So I'm going to counter with the fact that more people could mean more school choice, and more school choice costs more tax dollars. Again, not against the project, but I'm saying it's not all roses. People used to accuse me of having rosy glasses when I'd say we have this beautiful cancer center hospital at the top of the hill, and we have this wonderful American Optical Quinsigamond College hotel conference center at the bottom. We still have the conference and hotel, and we know that Quinsig has now moved on because they couldn't make the deals to expand their campus there, so they're still in the high school. But moving forward, I just want to reiterate, again, there are other issues that we will have to contend with as a town that may cost us more money. Those being safety, public safety, various issues when you have that type of people, I don't mean type, that many, that quantity, let me restate that, the quantity of people coming in. There are going to be other costs that we are going to have to consider. So those tax dollars we bring in, they may just directly be right out the door, because we are going to have to worry about those things. I think the infrastructure inclusions that have been brought up, that's great. I was wondering about that fence and whether it'd be a guardrail myself, and of course Director Blakely commented on that as I was thinking about guardrail in my head, and then she commented about the hill. So I think doing those types of things and all that infrastructure, and for the record, not everybody forethought. I mean, we contacted to get our own water line to our vacant lot to make sure it was in the plan. The other water lines, well, that's a whole nother story. But anyway, so it is good to be forward-thinking in this community. And I applaud the council that's being forward-thinking and trying to go for the future of Southbridge, because that's really what we've got here. We've got a good future ahead of us. And I find it shameful for any councilor or any citizen to badmouth our community if they take no action on their own to improve it. So I applaud what you're trying to accomplish here. I think you have met the requirements as far as research that I've done and comments I've gotten from others. I think you guys are doing a great job, and I really hope that you support the project in the vein in which it needs to be supported. You've gotten a lot of dollars accounted to that particular project. The other projects would go. If Mr. Norton and the wind company decide not to develop that project, that's up to them. But the first project will go on. The money's there, it's moving, and we'd like to see it all done. And my belief is that it will happen regardless of a waiver of $365,000 worth of fees. So it's a big project, you're absolutely right, but it's secondary. It's secondary to the $45 million project. It's an additional project to consider all the ramifications. So I think those are mostly my notes, and I thank you again for letting me talk on this amendment.
Thank you. Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to reiterate what Ms. Clements had brought up, I do agree. Those are the chances we take when we forward think and things happen, and so we do, and as I reiterated before, this is something the council has to address. We're already short for responders and all that kind of stuff. So, there's a lot of work to be done still in this town, and it's going to continue. So, but she brings up a point about the inclusion. Is that something that can be looked at as well with the cost? So that, the only thing I have a question for is there is still, I believe, and I may get it wrong, or maybe I'm not listening right, still got to be some type of dollar amount within that application to set the commitment. Am I wrong on that? No. So should we, that's why I wrote it the way I wrote it, so thank you.
Councilor Lazo.
If we could come up with a number with what, say, Ms. Clements has talked about, is there a dollar value on what has happened? Is there a dollar value on a ballpark figure on road work, fence work?
There is.
Then,
Right.
I got to tell you, even to get him in the door with his grant and get it moving forward.
Yeah, right.
But that's, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. That's what I'm saying. That's where we need to get them, and that where it comes from is something that we have to argue and discuss. And that's why I put the 90 days to give us some amount of time, but while providing a letter of support. Sounds good. Thank you.
Councilor Catrona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that note, I'd like to make a motion, we move the question.
Well, I know I had
Second? No, you told me last week, we cannot discuss it.
Ends discussion.
No.
There's a motion on the floor. I didn't hear is there a second?
I seconded it.
You second it. There's a motion and a second. It's not debatable. We need to vote.
What are we voting on?
To move the question.
On your amendment.
On your amendment.
On my amendment of the amendment.
On your amendment of the amendment. That's
Okay.
right.
I just wanted to clarify, but go ahead.
All those in favor of moving the question, raise your hands.
So,
Those not in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The motion fails. We continue to debate.
I'm taking notes tonight, so
No, I just-
my
Yeah,
apologies.
I noticed they didn't raise their hands when I was trying to talk.
Okay, Councilor Jovan.
No, maybe for Council Lazo's point, I mean, we all know what the intent is. Let's send a letter, right? And the infrastructure we know it's going to be over $400,000 of all the infrastructure that we're going to do down there. So, okay, we'll put a number there. Mr. Norton said that it says that it doesn't have to be a commitment or a method of commitment. So I think this satisfies both. He says 90 days. I don't think we need a 90 days. Let's just say we support this project. The estimated, we're doing variety of infrastructure and not to exceed $400,000 based on infrastructure and AO overlay, and be done with it. Let them put the application in, and let's move forward. I mean, and there's no waiver of fees. So and then work out the combination, CDBG, if we're going to do CBG down there or whatever. Let's just get this done. We spent a lot of time talking about it with intent.
Councilor Adams.
Mr. Chair, my motion is on the table.
No, there's an
Is it
amendment
not?
to the amendment.
We already shot that down.
No.
No, it was to
That
move
was
my
just to move
question.
the
Oh, to move your question,
So
I'm
I'm
sorry.
saying,
Yep.
I'll clarify my amendment to say not to exceed $400,000, and let's move forward.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Is that what I have?
Second.
Everyone all set with that? Okay. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Not to exceed 400,000, but you're gonna take the waive permit fees?
No
or-
waiver.
Oh,
No waiver.
no waiver, okay. Thank you. Just to
combination of
understand what I'm
projects.
gonna vote on, that's all.
We support the project.
Mr. Jamie, quick on this amendment. I mean, we're putting a number on there so Mr. Norton can go forward. I mean, if we end up spending $250,000, whatever the road improvements that we, as Joe Dow would say, would have to do anyways, we can, take care of it that way. one of the things, the parking lot across the way, you know, a sidewalk on that side, I mean, you'll cover that money, 250,000, with some of the grant funding or some of the sidewalk or infrastructure work. I mean, I'm totally in favor of it now.
No, I just want to say,
Don't touch the fees.
Council Lazo's point,
Yep.
we're doing a pedestrian crossing at Morris Street with a blinker. I think that one thing is $80,000. Is that not correct? For one? Is that not correct?
yeah.
$80,000 for one? Roughly? His parking lot's right there. He's going to probably put a flash in there. We do that as part of the road project. $80,000. That's quick 80. Do a fence. There's a million things that we're going to do. Let's just
But
move
we don't
forward.
have to spend 400,000. We'll, you know, that's the ceiling number.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a quick one, as long as we are
Councilor
not
Marquetti.
giving him a cash donation or a waiver, this is an
In kind.
in-kind, okay? Thank you.
All right.
Are you gonna read it correctly, the whole thing?
I'm going to read
again.
motion.
Somebody had a
Yes.
400.
Okay.
Done with it?
I think we can bring this to a vote now.
Yep.
All right. This is the secondary amendment. This is proposed by Councilor Jovan. And if I have it, it's vote that the town of Southbridge submit a letter of support to the project with an in-kind contribution of infrastructure and creation of the overlay district not to exceed $400,000.
Estimated.
Estimated. Is that okay?
Not to exceed 400,000.
Not to exceed 400,000. All right. That's your amendment?
Yep.
Okay. All right. It's been moved and seconded. Roll call vote
Oh, boy, here we go.
This is
again.
on the amendment.
on the
This
amendment.
is on the amendment, right?
Yes.
Counselor Catrona.
Yes.
Counselor Dow.
Yes.
Counselor Daniel.
Yes.
Counselor Jovan.
Yes.
Counselor Lazo.
Yes.
Counselor Marquetti.
Yes,
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Adams, yes.
There we go. I see 8-0, so the amendment passes. Okay. We now have the primary amendment, which was Councilor Adams' amendment,
No.
Nope.
which...
No, we're just motion,
the
Main
secondary
motion as
amendment-
amended.
as
It's the
amended.
main motion? We
As
don't have to vote on this, the primary amendment, because it was amended?
No.
Very good.
I amended it.
Okay. We have a primary motion now on the floor. I'll read it again. Vote that the town of Southbridge submit a letter of support to the project with an in-kind contribution of infrastructure and creation of the overlay district not to exceed $400,000.
Right.
Roll call vote, please.
There we go. Counselor Dow.
Yes.
Counselor Daniel.
Yes.
Counselor Jovan.
Yes.
Counselor Lazo.
Yes.
Counselor Marquetti.
yes,
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Adams is a yes. Counselor Catrona.
Yes.
Motion passes. Very good. I'd like to call a 5-minute recess.
Yes.
Please.
Call this meeting back to order. We're up to now agenda item number 11. Vote to approve the grant application for forest steward with Department of Conservation and Recreation, DCR, and North Quabbin Forestry, Mike Leonard, for a 75% grant up to $20,000. Preparation of grant application is required in the contract with North Quabbin Forestry, approved the town council on May 10, 2021, and authorized the town manager to sign all necessary paperwork.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Marquetti.
this was voted 4-0 to send it up to council for review. Thank you.
Very good. Any discussion on this? All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Unanimous of all present. Agenda item number 12, vote to ratify proposed change order number 1 to contract with Massachusetts Broken Stone for road improvements on Page Hill and Clements Hill in the amount of $30,160 for reclaim, fine grade, and compaction. The change order will allow Page Hill and Clements Hill to be final paved. Funding to come from project number 64843, road project improvements.
So moved.
Councilor Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was voted 4-0 at the DPW subcommittee to send it up for a final approval.
Any discussion? Councilor Adams?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I just want to thank the town manager for all the work and updates he's been providing us for that area, so appreciate that. Thank you.
Very good. Any other discussion? Councilor Marquetti?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. You know, at the subcommittee level, tried to ask a question about this project, and maybe I was a little clumsy in the way I asked the question, but I thought that this was just supposed to be a mill and overlay, and then suddenly it changed into something else. And I think if the work that they did up there became a complete reconstruction of the road, there was widening of the road. I don't remember anybody authorizing us to widen the road, so that was my question. Who authorized the town to widen that road? It was just supposed to be a mill and overlay. And that was my question at the subcommittee level. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Blakely? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Town Manager.
Waved over here. So a couple things. When we put forward the pavement management program, we were relying on the roads study that was done by Beta, and they gave us the road surface ratings, and that was what we determined. They rated each road at a certain level, almost like a numerical grade as you would get on an exam, and based on whatever it scored, that determined, in their opinion, whether it needed minor repair, major repair, total reclamation. And so when we went out to do some of these roads under the Best First, this road up there, Page Hill and Clements Hill, was listed as one that was going to require a mill and overlay. Now, the details you can ask Ms. Blakely about, but it's my understanding that once they started doing the milling for the basic 1-inch mill and overlay, they realized that we'll call it the base that it was underneath it, was not sufficient to support just the regular overlay to go back on it. So they had to go down below that. Now, I also understand that they hit rock and other things that they had to extricate. Now, in terms of my understanding what happened with it's not necessarily widening of the roadway, but over time, there's embankments up there. Dirt will come down. There was encroachment on the pavement, and in order to get a clean, wide, full width of the roadway, they needed to go down and clear out the debris that had accumulated where the water would normally run down. It's my understanding, because Ms. Blakely contacted me, that they had a quote from a local contractor to do this, which was well under the $10,000 threshold that would require us under Chapter 30B to go out and get written quotes that would take care of that particular project problem and allow them to go forward. That was done, I think, at about the same time they started the project. But nevertheless, somewhere along the line, they discovered the problem with the underlayment, I'll call it for lack of a better term, underlying coat of pavement to support that required it to go deeper and to dig it up and to put in a full depth base and then a full top coat. And so that's where we are, but unfortunately in the middle of this, there was, as you know, there was a dispute over the right-of-way, and so I made you folks aware of that. So.
Well, if I could continue, through you, Mr. Chairman, the problem is, now we're spending $30,000 to do further work up there, so that's a lot more than $10,000. But the question was, who authorized this work? I mean, this is a major rehabilitation to Page Hill. I don't recall us ever voting on the project at all to do further work, and now other roads in town, I don't want to stop the paving of the road. Yes, I know, let's get that road done, but now because of this, other roads in town are not getting completed. People are living up on High Street. High Street is half done. It's all over the place up there, and they want to know when their road is going to get finished. I've talked to people who are on Bruce Lane. They say their driveways are uneven with the road. All these other projects are being held up because of Page Hill. So yes, of course, I agree, let's get it done. But I think in the future, if you're going to do something like this, you ought to come to us about it first. I think this probably should have been held off on this until the other projects were done, before we started this major rehabilitation. Thank you. That's all I have, thanks.
Mr. Manager.
So I guess we could make an analogy, and Councilor Lazo could probably comment. A lot of times you get a contractor that gives you an estimate, thinks there's going to be one thing. I have a house that's 125 years old with lap plaster and all sorts of things behind it. We've gone in behind those walls. You never know what you're going to find. Maybe you were going to do a roofing project. You pull the roof off, the shingles off, you find that what's supporting there is not up to code, you don't have the right plywood. So what turns out to be a simple job that you've been quoted X amount of dollars turns out to be Y or to be Z. Now, that was the instance there. Ms. Blakely came to me and said, we peeled off the top layer of pavement. If we just put that back on, we're wasting taxpayer dollars essentially, because what's underneath it isn't the right base coat to have down there. So I said the other night at subcommittee, if that's what this council wants to do, is every time that there's going to be an expenditure because we open up something that you want it to go to subcommittee and then full council, I think you're going to find it's going to slow down our ability to do things. So there was monies allocated for paving, and we understood that this was going to be a simple mill and overlay, but once we peeled back that pavement, it wasn't the case. And we can't leave the roadways in a certain condition, and we don't want to just put a patch job over it on that size and not do what's the right thing. So she consulted me, and I've decided, right, wrong, or indifferent, that we weren't going to waste taxpayer dollars and just put the overlay on it. She came to me and said, I have it within the amount of money that we've allocated. Should we do the right thing? And I said, by all means, we'll do the right thing. We'll make sure that this pavement is reconstructed appropriately. We relied on the information from Beta. It wasn't correct, but we can't leave it that way. So, if the council wants to tell me to do something differently, that's fine. But, in terms of day-to-day, this is what I was presented with, and the information I relied upon, we relied upon from Beta, and then what was presented once they started doing the mill, I rely on my staff, and they told me this was the best way to correct the situation.
Councilor Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. I support the town manager's decision. There are times where things happen that need immediate action. We gave DPW, the town manager, task of fixing roads in town. And things like this may happen. And once you open up a road, you can't just leave it open. It's a shame people are asking me right now, why is Page Hill and Clements Hill like the way it is right now? We have certain information that we know why, but they want the road done. And I get that we may have another road that we might not be able to fix right away, but we allocated a lot of money to these projects, to these pavement things. Let's do it right the first time. You can't leave it open. When they do I'm not a road guy. Neither, maybe some other councilors have a construction background, and I'll leave it to them to articulate what they want to say. However, I'm not a road guy, but we hire professionals to oversight and accountability. $30,000, it is a lot of money, but it's a road that now, once it's done correctly, and that's probably why we had to fix it a couple times, because it wasn't done correctly in the first place. Let's do it right, get it done. They made the right decision, had to do what you had to do because the road was opened up. You don't know until you open things up, what you're going to find. So let's support this and move on. Thank you.
Councilor Lazo.
I don't think anybody's not going to support what we did here. This has been a council of get it done. I do agree with Councilor Marchetti. In certain instances, we would like to know what's going on. And I know that we hire professionals, but the reason why you have a council is we take the place of the people, and he takes the place of the Board of Selectmen. And as we work through this form of government, sometimes get it done is the answer, and I'll apologize later why I didn't bring it to you. But you did the right thing. It's like renovating an old house. You open up a wall. Ugh, what do I do? You got to fix it. And we're going to find some other surprises. I work in the ground, so if I go on a job and I dig and I hit ledge is extra. If I'm pumping water, is extra. If I tear out a driveway, I'm supposed to mill it, and all of a sudden you find out that your road is only 1.5 inches. I think the right decision, if we even came back to the council, would have been get it done, because you have to do it right. The last thing you want to do is go through this miserable reconstruction of streets and have them fall apart when they're done. That would be disastrous. And I think, you know, who authorized it? The town manager authorized it. That's the answer to the question. Was it wrong? I'm going to say no, it wasn't wrong, because we need to get that job done right. And he does look out for our interest. He does come back and report to us, I did this because of this, this, and this. I'm good. Move
Very
forward.
good. There being no further discussion, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Unanimous of all present.
Can I have one, Mr. Chairman, can I comment? The one thing that this town manager does on everything that we do is take ownership. I haven't seen him do this, which the last manager did a lot of. So I think that's why the trust is being built, because he's building the trust and we're building the trust. So in these instances that we run into a problem, I think we can really work together and get the answers as we did tonight. It works. Thank you.
Very good. Agenda item 13, vote to ratify the contract between the town of Southbridge and McClure Engineering in the amount of $14,020 for surveyor services for Page Hill and Clements Hill area, funding from project number 64843, road project
So
improvements.
moved.
Second.
Discussion.
This was voted 4-0 to send it up to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Marquetti. I'm sorry. There being no further discussion, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Unanimous of all present. Item number 14, vote to apply for the USDA Rural Facilities Track 1 Recovery Grant, NOFA 2021-17199, providing 35% of the cost, or $86,697.80, to purchase an ambulance for $247,708, with remaining 65% funded through stabilization, and allow the town manager to sign paperwork related to the application.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Councilor Lazo.
The recommendation from subcommittee was unanimous to move forward on the ambulance issue. I also would like to add a bit of information from subcommittee that this ambulance is in the 2024 capital improvement plan, and if we order it now, we will not expend, and we will receive it in 2024 because of the backup on the production of ambulances. So it was a lot of discussion, a lot of accountability, and I think that moving forward on this is the proper way to go. The subcommittee thought that. There's one other thing I want to add. I've talked to Joseph Dow and the chairman of DPW, Councilor Marquetti, that we would like to go and talk to the chief, call the chief, set up an appointment to look at this ambulance that is backlined after this one comes in. We'd like to further understand why, you know, and how it works. Thank you.
Very good. Anyone else?
I think Councilor Catrona had his hand up.
Councilor Catrona did first. Very good. Councilor Catrona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, as the previous councilor just stated, there was a lot of discussion at subcommittee level on this subject. A lot of questions were asked. I know I asked a lot of the chief, and waiting for the answers, Chief. You said you were going to get back to us. You know, if you get back to us tonight, that's great, but I would have liked to have had the answers a few days ago. You know, I wanted to know how many times the ambulance went out to Worcester, or how many times the ambulance stayed local. Who covers the fire station when we have 3 ambulances out and there's only 6 on staff. Been waiting all week for the emails, and nothing came in. So I think in the future, going forward, when we put these things together, it's always good to anticipate questions of councilors, and preparedness is very important. That's my opinion. I still struggle with why we need this ambulance, and I differ from some of my councilors. Do we keep an ambulance in town? Or do they all go out? You know, one councilor said that we did need an ambulance, and it wasn't available. So a lot of questions that I had that I've certainly been awaiting the answers. Thank you.
So good evening. Those are all good answers. I mean, questions, and I do have a majority of them or all of them here for you tonight. The ambulance service is an emergency ambulance service. It is very important that we always have an ambulance available at all times, 24 hours a day, staffed at the paramedic level. That is what our licensure is for. We have to provide service to the town 24/7. These vehicles are always staffed at most times with 6 members. That's what we have for a staffing level on a daily basis. Due to vacations and personal time, we do have a minimum staffing of 4. So at any time, currently right now, we generally do this time of year, any time of the year, we're at 4 EMTs or EMT firefighters and paramedics. So we generally have 2 paramedics on each group. We are down 2 positions in paramedics right now, so we've had some EMTs that are enrolled in paramedic school. Our ultimate goal is to have 12 paramedics throughout the service, so we'll have 2 to 3 paramedics on each shift. The amount of times we went to the city last year was 357 times. That is a lot more than the previous year. So as I said in PPP the other night, we definitely are sending the ambulances to the city of Worcester more often. Those turnarounds are about 2 to 3 hours to get those ambulances back to the city, which leaves the station for recall. Members of the fire department at times do not come in to cover the station, either from our call department or our full-time staff. So we've had several incidents over the last 6 months to a year, even during the COVID time, that when we sent 2 ambulances to the city with the 4 employees that we have working, we've recalled and we generally don't have people coming back. If there's a 3rd ambulance call, we will have to call mutual aid. The deputy and I and the fire inspector have done ambulance calls because that's what we do for the town and for the citizens, because that's our job. I'm a paramedic. The fire inspector is also a paramedic, so we bring in the deputies also paramedics. So we all bring those levels of care to the town as we continue to work day in and day out. The question Councilor Steves had brought up, the amount of transfers. The transfer level for 1 year last year, the fiscal year last year, we did 54 transfers. A good majority of those transfers are emergencies. Those emergencies are calls that go to the city of Worcester that Harrington can't handle. There are people having heart attacks coming in that they walked in. There are people that are having babies, because as we know, we don't have labor and delivery at Harrington anymore. We've delivered several babies in the ambulance, either from their home to Worcester. This trade has changed greatly in the last 10 years here in Southbridge. 10 years ago, I was not here. 10 years ago, Harrington accepted every single patient that was transported by ambulance from Southbridge Ambulance. Majority of the time, there was people that did get transferred out in a private service like East Care or K's or AMR would come and get those patients at that time. That is a transfer business. We are in the emergency ambulance business. You've heard some of the councils tonight. We need more staffing. We've called out mutual aid. We called mutual aid last year, physical last year, 67 times. We've had those people, the other towns come in and help us, which I want to impress. That is way too long to wait for Dudley to have someone come to have a heart attack here in town. We take care of our own citizens. I'm trying to do that the best I can. We do need 3 ambulances. We continue to have not recalled, guys come back in for recalls, emergency ambulance calls, and things like that. We're struggling. We're tired. We've just gone through a pandemic, and as you know, the fire station has 7 guys that had a COVID positive test within the last month. I think I hit all your questions.
If I can continue, Mr. Chairman. So this is replacing a 2016?
No. That is incorrect. This is replacing the 2010 ambulance with 101,000 miles on it,
2010.
which equivalates to engine hours of 7,026 hours, which equivalates to about 423,000 miles on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm all
Very
set for
good.
now.
Counsel Marquetti, then Counsel Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. This is a 2010 ambulance, and the fire chief wants to replace it, and it is our third ambulance. It's listed in the capital budget to be replaced in 2024. The supporters of this purchase argue that it will take that long to receive the new ambulance if we order it now. And I have to admit, that's a pretty good argument. I think they made this argument based on the ambulance that was ordered in 2020, which took a year for the manufacturer to deliver. At the subcommittee meeting, Councilor Jovan says it may take 18 months to 2 years to get the ambulance. A citizen member of the committee said, we won't get the ambulance until 2025. If we order it now, that's 4 years. So every time I hear about this, it gets stretched out even longer. But let's look at what the manufacturer says. The manufacturer says it'll take 210 days after we get the chassis. Fire chief says we won't get the chassis until about March of next year. So I also want to say that I went to the USDA website, and there was a community that replaced only the chassis for their ambulance to save time and money. I would like to point out that I also see on their website that their grants are available for public facilities such as fire stations. So I don't know what is 35% of 30 million, about 10 million, 500,000. That's what they said on their website. Maybe there's something on there that I overlooked, but that's what they said. Now, I asked about the condition of the ambulance, and I was told it was a crack in the roof. We had to replace battery cables, a fuel pump, steering box for 2,000, turbo for 4,500. The vehicle has about 100,000 miles. I'm not a mechanic, but that doesn't seem like it's that bad for a vehicle with that many miles. I mean, I'd like to ask Councilor Lazo, you run a construction company and you have lots of vehicles. If you had a vehicle with 100,000 miles and you needed to replace these items, would you replace the vehicle? And so I asked about an objective review of the ambulance, at least a full report. It's always been my opinion to trust but verify. The fire chief said something about an OEMS certificate that the town would need on. Has this vehicle had such a certificate on this vehicle? He said if you don't get it, could be decertified. So I would like to see that examination by the OEMS. I would like to see the certificate on this ambulance, on all the ambulances really. Other councilors seem very passionate about getting this ambulance. I have to say, Councilor Catrona asked a pretty good question. What happens when the ambulances are all out on the road? Who's manning the fire station? The chief's answer to me was alarming, that no one is manning the fire station, and I don't see how that's safe. I didn't say anything about the need for 3 ambulances, because I don't know if we need 3 ambulances, but I do know that we need to keep firefighters in the fire station at all times. So I think this ambulance is just a backup ambulance. It was also mentioned that the ambulances bring in about $1 million a year. I think that now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty on this purchase. If we're making money on 2 ambulances, I don't see how having a third one is going to make be that much more money that we would be making. Just send out the 2 ambulances more often. I would think that would cover or make up for the missing ambulance. You said that the ambulance is used mostly for transfers. I think that you could use private ambulances for transfers. Like I said, keep the firefighters in the fire station. In my own opinion, this is just a wasted expenditure. I urge councilors to vote no. When I ran for town council, I ran as a fiscal conservative. And I know a lot of other councilors, they pride themselves as being fiscal conservatives as well. But it seems like all we've been doing for the last couple of years is spending more money like tax and spend liberals. So it's got to stop at some time. It's got to stop. So I urge you to stop it tonight. Thank you.
Councilor Dow, then Councilor Jovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To you, the ambulance, if we order it today or this year's, 2024, 2025, that's 2 years, 3 years from now. By then, that ambulance will have 150 to 200,000 miles on the dash, but on the motor will have plenty because the ambulance stay running. When they go to pick up a patient, that's more mile on the engine because it's running more all the time when they're out. I was going to ask you, Chief, if 2024 coming and we get the new ambulance and we inspect the other one and it looks still in decent shape, can we keep 4? Because I think we need the 4 in the future. And always is good to keep one good ambulance backup in case one broke. So I agree with you, Chief, keep the 3, but I like to see 4 in the future. Like this, we don't have to keep our citizens waiting on the street, injured, and to wait for another town to come in and cover or pick up that person laying down and between life or dead, you know. So it's good always to have one backup in case one broke. And with the project we're having, almost 150 to 100 units coming up, I think we need 4 by the 2025.
Through the chair, I'd like to answer that question. Sure. Currently, right now, with the recall staff not coming back, we only have 6 members or sometimes 4 members working the station. To man the 4th ambulance would be difficult. We could put it in reserve, but it all lies into where do we put that ambulance. It has to be stored inside. It can't be parked outside it because it has to follow FDA and OEMS regulations. So I do know Heather doesn't have much room in the DPW. We've asked, but there could be problems there. But I can probably say at this point that ambulance was 101,000 miles. It will be 12 years old by its next inspection. The inspectors are going to probably not want to, because this carries patients. It doesn't carry sand. It doesn't carry marbles. It carries patients. And for the amount of times that we're going back and forth from Southbridge to Worcester, we don't want to break down. Mechanical failure can happen anywhere in a brand new ambulance, but it will happen more often in an ambulance that has 100,000 miles on it.
By the time, you don't think we will have the new fire station up?
I'm
Does it
hoping.
fit in it?
I'm hoping.
Thank you.
Councilor Jovan, then Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. I just want to clarify a couple things because I did chair that meeting for Councilor Lazo to start with. Just a couple things that were said tonight that were alleged to have said that evening. First off, the questions that Councilor Catrona asked were very good questions. The chief answered and said, I will have those for you Monday night. That was what he said at the meeting. I will have those answers for you Monday night. So if you expected an email, could have followed up with an email saying, hey, chief, just wanted to see, do you have that information before Monday night? But the expectation when we had that meeting was he said, I will get that information and I will have it for Monday night. It is Monday night. That's what was said. So I just, for the public. You see,
agree to disagree.
You know, I don't like department heads being said, I'm waiting for information, when the expectation when he left that meeting was, I will have it for you Monday night. So,
Come prepared.
for the public, I'm speaking, for the public. Secondly, the citizen member that said we might not get the ambulance to 2025 stated that if we ordered the ambulance in 2023, we might not get it to 2025. Not that it would take 4 years from now to get the ambulance. It was a conversation was, if we wait to order it to the cycle that we're talking about, might get here to 2025. If we wait for the cycle on the capital plan. And that was the comment. We have a 2010, a 2016, a 2019. 2019 was just delivered probably 4 months ago, maybe 3 months ago, in 2021. 2019 ambulance in 2021 delivery. That was pre-COVID when we ordered it, I believe. We are now in COVID. We have documented factory delays. The estimate may say it will take 270 days. That's an estimated delivery date. However, go to Lamoille Ford. I was just at my dealership. No vehicles on the lot. Can't get a vehicle. to ask Councilor Lazo what he would do with his dump truck or his truck. I don't care what Councilor Lazo can do with his truck, but I do know that if one of my family members was injured and needed an ambulance, I want the best ambulance to transport them to the hospital. I served in public safety for over 30 years as an EMT, drove on a lot of ambulances. That is the lifeline to get a patient to the hospital. OEMS does evaluate ambulances. I don't know what the inspection report can say on a 2010, but I do know if we wait 2 years longer to order an ambulance for a replacement, that may take another 2 years or 18 months or 271 days. That's a long time to have that ambulance. Now let's argue whether we want 3 ambulances or 2 ambulances. I will say, as a, again, public safety professional who has sat in the fire station taking classes up above many years, to know how many times that ambulance goes out of that bay, how many times you have double calls. It's not the fact that we have 3 ambulances, and I stated this many, many times. I stated it 2 years ago when we talked about this ambulance. It's not about, do we need 3 ambulances? We need 2 functioning ambulances every day at that fire station. Every day we have to make sure we have 2 ambulances. So in order to serve the public, if one goes down for any reason at all, mechanical failure, which they do, power steering goes, something goes, I need that second ambulance. If you at all follow what goes on in area communities, you take a neighbor in town, what's going on with their fire department right now, major issues, staffing, losing people. I don't want to depend on that other town because we don't have the proper ambulances. Now, whether we staff it and whether we have enough firefighters or EMTs to go out on 3 ambulances really isn't the question. It's, do I want 2 functioning ambulances at all time and 1 in spare? This town has had 3 ambulances for as long as I can remember, and that's why you do a rotation and preventive maintenance. This is an opportunity for us to purchase an ambulance with 35% funded by USDA. Now, I do know, to Council Marquette's point, we have researched the USDA is not applicable to our fire station right now. We've sent out messages and letters to Congressman Nail. If your good friend Congressman Nail wants to answer us on the liberal side of the table, then let him answer us. But I doubt we'll get an answer because he's too worried about other stuff. So I support this decision, but let's talk about the facts about what it is. 2010 ambulance, 100,000 miles, it's going to take minimum 271 days. That's the minimum. I argue it's going to take longer based on past performance. Support it. Save the town $87,000. Plus they're saving another $80,000 or whatever it was for the stretcher system that we purchased. Was that grant money as well? CARES money. We're taking a stretcher out, saving another, how many thousands is that? 40? For the ambulance? For the stretcher system?
The stretcher was 70.
70,000? $150,000 we're saving by utilizing a stretcher that's in there and utilizing CARE money. Support it. Let's go. Thank you.
Councilor Ryan, then the town manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I'll be brief. I've supported this every single time it's come up because the chief has been talking about this since I've been on council. He's been talking about replacing this ambulance. It's come up for once before for another grant, and it was kicked off in favor of other vehicles. We brought it up during capital budget. Now here we are again. The chief is doing his job, telling us we don't have, we need to have this ambulance replaced. He's coming to us again a 3rd time now, telling us we need to replace this. It's going to take until 2024, which it's slated in our capital plan to do. Common sense tells you, just do it. I don't understand why, if it's slated in our capital plan, based on delivery times, it's going to be delivered in 2024. Just do it. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My responses are just informational. A lot of what I did in my previous community was the auctioning off of vehicles, and I was often criticized for letting go cruisers and fire vehicles with 100,000 miles. And anybody who comes out and buys those vehicles, they buy them for a reason. A lot of times the old Crown Vics were sold to cab companies, but they knew and understood the fact that these vehicles idle, and for every hour idling, you get roughly 33, 35, the equivalent of miles on that vehicle. So it could have low mileage, what you and I consider, 100,000, that as a passenger vehicle, we might get another 50 or 75 without too many issues. Those have, significantly more, like the equivalent of 500,000 miles in some instances, when they only have a handful of miles on them, but it's the hours they've sat idling. Mr. Marchetti had brought up the USDA. That fact that we can use it for infrastructure is not lost on staff during our conversations early on about the USRDA when we came around last year. So that's still on our radar screen. When we get to that stage in the project, we will look to get monies from that. Just relative to police and fire, there are insurance policies in this town. And not to invoke the ire of any of the firefighters or folks here in town, I came from communities that had contracted ambulance services. And I had a frank conversation the first month I was here with the chief. I will say, I want to say one of the first days I came to visit you, you had a fire truck out and 2 ambulances and there was nobody in the station. So I was quite surprised. So I said, why don't you have contracted ambulance service? And then he basically said, look around at all the communities around us. Everybody's doing their own fire and ambulance. And what it boils down to is it's not a money-making endeavor for most of these contractors to come into an area like Southbridge. You get closer to a major metropolitan area and you have a more diverse population, people have private insurance, that might be more of a market for those people. But when they don't come in, you're on your own and you're relying on our men and women that are driving those police vehicles and those fire trucks. And again, it comes back to that's our insurance policy. And God forbid any one of us or our residents are in one of those vehicles and it breaks down on the side of the road. I would not want to be responsible for that. And you talked about me taking ownership. So when my staff comes and says to me, this is the service that we provide, we need these number of vehicles and we have to ensure that we have safe, reliable transportation for our staff as well as the citizenry, then I have to defer to their judgment. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Very good, Councilor Lazo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Discussion tonight was the same discussion we had at subcommittee. Chief, I expect you to come in and ask for the sky every budget session, and that's your job. Our job is to supply a little bit of oversight, a little bit of questioning. You bring up construction trucks, you bring up ambulances, you bring up DPW. There's 100 ways to look at the picture. Depends on what you want to sell. For me, a construction truck takes 10 times the beating any vehicle he has in his garage. And we get 300,000 miles out of them. Now, idle time. You want to talk idle time or you want to talk body work? The thing is, when you go and look at a vehicle, you say it's got idle time. Okay, the engine's got idle time. But the rest of the vehicle only has X amount of miles on it. That's the way you look at vehicles. You don't look at them as just, buy a brand new one, it's had a lot of idle time. 80,000 plus idle time. The reason why this question is even coming up is, wasn't too long ago, there was an F-250 in a firehouse, and they got the brand new truck, and this truck was dangerous to drive. Well, lo and behold, we find out one bed rail had to be replaced, and they were the original spark plugs in the engine from Ford Motorcraft. That's not maintenance. It's lack of maintenance. Drive it till it's dead. So when you look at all this, it's not a bad thing what you're saying. I'm in favor of this ambulance. And one, on the financial front, I too go by the dealerships and there are no vehicles. They can't get the chips for them. I talked to Place Motors. I was looking at a vehicle, can't get it in. We're having a problem in the country on a lot of things. It's not a bad thing to question the chief. It's his job to have the answers. I mean, I was trained by Lenny Laporte as a counselor. You want to talk about somebody walk in and blow you across the floor with statistics? He'd come in for an ambulance. He would give you how many runs, what it does, how many miles, how many men. And then when it came in, he'd park it out in front of the town hall before the council meeting and say, this is why we do what we do. okay? Granted, he was the great communicator, but we have a good fire department. And I think what we have to do is, I don't think you'd be opposed to Joe, myself, and us, go look at the ambulance. We know, is the frame rotted, is this gone? Then we'll ask you. We know who makes the decision whether the ambulance goes or comes or goes, certification. I mean, I gotta go and get my truck certified also. And I gotta do certain things. So, in the big world, there's nothing wrong with a little oversight, few questions, put our mind at ease, make sure we're doing the right thing. I think this ambulance, because of the ordering time, I think we should order it. When you want to get into discussion, we have 3 discussions here. Manpower came up, wasn't the agenda item. How many ambulances we should have should be taken up in another discussion. The discussion tonight is, do we buy this ambulance? And I think we beat it to death at subcommittee, and we'll beat it up again tonight, because it's a lot of money that we're spending. So, gang, to me, I think this has to happen. Just because of the way the economy is right now, supply and demand, I think we need it. Our ambulance service, I didn't need the chief to tell me how much money it makes. We knew that back in 1985, okay? It hasn't went down. Ambulance service hasn't went down. So I would urge all the councilors, vote for this ambulance tonight. And then let's go take a look at the ambulance. Let's go meet with the chief. Let's get a dialogue here where we don't have to beat everything to death. We can go down anytime we want to look at it. Take a ride in it. In the front, not the back. Thank you very much.
Councilor Catrona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, just for point of clarification to something that my good friend Councilor Jovan mentioned earlier. We might have heard 2 different comments. We might have misunderstood. What I heard at that meeting was, I'll get back to you. So I don't want to talk about that too much, Chief. I'm going to support the ambulance. I supported it at subcommittee. What I want to be repetitive on, and that's up to the town manager, I'm used to an old style, as my Councilor Lazo just stated. You come to a meeting, a subcommittee meeting, and you request something, you should have the backup. That's all I'm asking for. And I asked for it that night, and thank you for bringing it this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Chief. Mr. Chair, Chief, nothing to do with the ambulance, this question. The truck for the inspector, still on the road?
It should be here in the middle of October. Oh, it's October now, so 2
The
weeks.
old, so you're still using the old one?
He still has the old one on the road, yes.
And that's safe?
No.
Thank you.
Councilor Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, just to answer Councilor Jovan, the 2009 ambulance that we have right now was voted on and approved for purchase on May 28th, 2020. That's when it was ordered. So it wasn't ordered in 2019. It was ordered in 2020, May 28th. I would also like to point out that according to Lifeline, it says right here the delivery will be 210 calendar days. So I don't know where this 2 years is coming from, but that's what Lifeline says. And after they receive the chassis, so as I said before, I would like to see some kind of objective review of this vehicle. I would also like to see the OEMS certificate on this vehicle before I would vote on it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
All right, I'd just like to point out that that 210 days is after the receipt of a 2023 Ford E-Series chassis.
That's correct.
So I'm assuming that it's going to be a longer time, considering the chip shortage and the fact that it's tough to get chassis across the board, as Councilor Lazo
Point of
had
order,
pointed
Mr.
out.
Chairman. I never cut Councilor Jovan any slack, so I'm not going to cut you any slack. During the council meeting, you're not to be talking unless you want to. You're not to be offering your opinion on an item unless you want to step down as the chairman and go to the lectern, then you can speak to an item. But during a council meeting, your job is to run the meeting only.
It is to run the
Thank you.
meeting, and also I am allowed in a small group to make statements if I choose to do so, and this is a small group meeting.
Subcommittee, yes, not in
I
council
said,
meeting.
I said my piece, thank you. Councilor Jovan?
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point. May 2020 is fiscal year 2019. Fiscal year 2019. It was ordered in May 2020, but it was fiscal year 2019 order. Fiscal year. Not fiscal year 20, fiscal year 20. We received it in fiscal year 21. 2 years. Almost 2 years. To the point, I don't want to belabor. The question about, Council, wait a minute. Council, I have the floor right at the moment. I was recognized. You can't move the question.
Yeah, okay.
Calm down.
Just a question for you, through you, from Councilor Dow. He asked about the inspection truck. How long is it taking for the inspection truck to come in that we ordered?
Last August, August of 2020, we ordered it.
1 year so far.
August 2020.
The ambulance and the inspection truck, that's not the
No,
same thing.
my point
You
is,
said it.
no, my point is.
Gentlemen,
No,
gentlemen.
my point is delays from the time you order it till the time of delivery. That's the point. And it's only gotten worse. Let's move the question. I make a motion to move.
Second.
Very good. All those in favor of moving the question? All those opposed? Motion passes.
I'd like to point out, you can't just shout it out. You have to be recognized if you want to move.
I had the
He
floor.
was recognized, he
You
had the
weren't
floor.
recognized for moving the questions.
He had the floor.
I had the floor.
He had the floor.
Point of
Counselor,
order. No talking across the floor, guys.
Thank you, Mr.
the question has been moved. We'll have a roll call vote on this.
Counselor Daniel?
Yes.
Counselor Jovan?
Yes.
Counselor Lazo?
Yes.
Counselor Marquetti?
No.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor Adams is a yes. Counselor Catrona?
Yes.
It was
Yes.
7-1. Oh, did I forget you?
I told you,
Fire me. I'm good with that right now.
Five. Agenda item 15, vote to approve the taking of $161,010.20 from stabilization to fund 65% of the purchase of an ambulance should the town be awarded the USDA Rural Facilities Track 1 Recovery Grant.
So move.
Second.
Two-thirds vote is required. Discussion. Roll call.
Counselor Jovan?
Yes.
Counselor Lazo?
Yes.
Counselor Marquetti?
No.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor Adams is a yes. Counselor Catrona?
Yes.
Counselor Dow?
Yes.
Counselor Daniel?
Yes.
7-1.
7 in the affirmative means that we've met the two-thirds requirement. The motion passes. Very good. Thank you, Chief. Item number 16, discuss the airport lease between the town of Southbridge and Southbridge Airport Commission, the lessor, and James Demby, the lessee, and take any action thereto.
So
Second.
Mr. Town Manager.
Point of order. There's no motion. All it is discussion.
Just discuss. No.
There's been no motion
Good
put
point.
forward. Sorry, Mr. McMahon.
Mr. Town
Thank you,
Manager.
Mr. Chairman. Due to the unfortunate passing of Mr. Demby, who operated the diner, and it's my understanding, he was under unique circumstances. His next of kin had contacted my office and indicated that they did not have an interest in carrying on the operations. That same information came through the chairman of the Airport Commission, Mr. Clements, had contacted me almost simultaneously to say that he had this information and the information from the family. Without too much fanfare, I think we could work out an agreement to terminate the lease that's there. I did check, and they are current. They paid, their rent through this month, it's my understanding. Mr. Clements had already provided me with a copy of the RFP that they had used previously. I know there were some amendments to that lease so that it wasn't operating all full 12 months around the year. And I know that was something that if we were to go back out, people would be interested in finding somebody who's going to operate that all the days of the year. So I'm looking for at least guidance, or if not the authority, to work either just with the heirs or town council to negotiate the termination of the lease because they have no one else that wishes to carry on the family business, and that we could then proceed with going out to bid and trying to secure a new operator for the diner.
Council Jovan.
I'd like to make a motion to authorize the town manager to negotiate termination of the lease between the town of Southbridge and the Southbridge Airport Commission lessor and James Debbie lessee.
And his heirs and successors.
What?
In his heirs and successors.
And heirs or successors, effective, do you want it at the end of the month, or as of this date?
I mean,
They've already paid the rent for this month. I didn't know,
Yeah.
technically, do you need a certain date?
I don't know if we need a date, but just
Okay.
I'll ensure that I'll make that representation that we'll make sure that they're paid up through the time.
And further authorize the town manager to develop an RFQ with the Airport Commission to seek a new tenant.
Second.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Very good. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Right.
Item number 17, to amend Chapter 7, Section 7-406, owners and agents of property abutting required to remove snow bylaw, to read that snow removal time from the sidewalks be increased from 12 to 24 hours, to be read at 3 separate readings as recommended. Okay, the amended section is as follows. 7-406, owners, agents of property abutting sidewalks required to remove snow. No owner or agent of an owner of premises abutting upon brick, concrete, or other curbed or other finished sidewalk shall place or suffer to remain for more than, strike the number 12, and instead substitute the number 24 hours upon cessation of the snowstorm, any snow upon such sidewalk. Any questions? Very good. Agenda item 18, the first reading of the proposed new stormwater bylaw, to be read at 3 separate meetings as recommended.
I am going to play it via computer videotape. I'm going to attempt to speed it up. If it's too fast, I can slow it back down.
Section 8-500, Stormwater Management. 8-501, Stormwater Management. 8-501.1.0, General Provisions. 8-501.1.1, Title, Purpose, and Intent. A. This section shall be known as the Stormwater Management Bylaw of the Town of Southbridge, open parentheses, the bylaw, close parentheses, and may be so cited. B. Increased volumes of stormwater, contaminated stormwater runoff from impervious surfaces, and soil erosion and sedimentation are major causes of impairment of water quality and flow in lakes, ponds, streams, rivers, wetlands, and groundwater, contamination of drinking water supplies, erosion of stream channels, alteration or destruction of aquatic and wildlife habitat, flooding, and overloading or clogging of municipal catch basins and storm drainage systems. C. Regulation of illicit discharges and land disturbance activities contributing contaminated stormwater runoff to the municipality's storm drain system is necessary for the protection of the municipality's water bodies and groundwater, and to safeguard the public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. This bylaw is required to meet all applicable federal and state requirements of the town's National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Small Municipal Separate Storm Sewer Systems General Permit, commonly known as the NIPDES MS4 permit. D. The purposes, objectives, and intent of this bylaw are as follows. 1. To prevent pollutants from entering the municipality's storm drainage system and waters of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. 2. To establish an authorized enforcement agency to promulgate, adopt, implement, enforce, and amend stormwater regulations. 3. To prohibit non-stormwater and unauthorized discharges, connections, and obstructions to the municipal storm drainage system. 4. To require the removal of all such illicit discharges, connections, and/or obstructions. 5. To comply with state and federal statutes and regulations relating to stormwater discharges. 6. To establish procedures to regulate construction and post-construction stormwater runoff management from new development and redevelopment. And 7. To establish legal authority to ensure compliance with the provisions of this bylaw through inspection, monitoring, and enforcement. 8-501.1.2 Definitions. A. The terms used in this bylaw shall have the following meanings. 1. Alteration of drainage characteristics. Any land disturbing activity, as defined herein, on an area of land that changes the water quality or the force, quantity, direction, timing, or location of runoff flowing from the area. Such changes include change from distributed runoff to confined, discrete discharge, change in the volume of runoff from the area, change in the peak rate of runoff from the area, and change in the recharge to groundwater on the area. 2. Authorized enforcement agency. The Director of Public Works and/or his or her designees have the authority to enforce the Stormwater Management Bylaw and the Stormwater Management Rules and Regulations. 3. Clean Water Act. The Federal Water Pollution Control Act, 33 U.S.C. Section 1251 and sequential, and any subsequent amendments thereto. 4. Clearing. Any activity that removes the vegetative surface cover. Clearing activities generally include grubbing activity as defined below. 5. Common plan of development or sale. A contiguous area where multiple separate and distinct construction activities are occurring under one plan. 6. Critical area. A geographical area which has been identified by the town, the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, or the United States Environmental Protection Agency as being an area with high potential for causing stormwater pollution and has its geographical limits defined in the Stormwater Rules and Regulations promulgated in accordance with Section 8-501.1.7 of this bylaw. 7. Development. The modification of land to accommodate a new use or expansion of use, usually involving construction. 8. Director. The Director of the Department of Public Works. 9. Discharge. The addition from any source of any substance or combination of substances into the municipal storm drain system or into the waters of the United States or Commonwealth. 10. Discharger. The person or party responsible for a discharge. 11. Erosion. The wearing away of the land surface by natural or artificial forces such as wind, water, ice, gravity, or vehicle traffic, and the subsequent detachment and transportation of soil particles. 12. Grading. Changing the level or shape of the ground surface. 13. Groundwater. Water beneath the surface of the ground. 14. Grubbing. The act of clearing land surface by digging up roots and stumps. 15. Illicit connections. An illicit connection is defined as either of the following. A. Any drain or conveyance, whether on the surface or subsurface, which allows an illicit discharge to enter the municipal storm drain system, including but not limited to any conveyances which allow any non-stormwater discharge, including sewage, processed wastewater, and wash water to enter the municipal storm drain system, and any connections to the municipal storm drain system from indoor drains and sinks, regardless of whether said drain or connection had been previously allowed, permitted, or approved by a government agency. Or B, any drain or conveyance connected from a commercial or industrial land use to the municipal storm drain system which has not been documented in plans, maps, or equivalent records and approved by the town. 16. Illicit discharge. any direct or indirect non-stormwater discharge to the municipal storm drain system, except as exempted in subsection 8-501.2.2 of this bylaw. 17, impervious surface, any material or structure on or above the ground that prevents water infiltrating the underlying soil. Impervious surface includes without limitation roads, paved parking lots, sidewalks, rooftops, and solar panels. Impervious surface also includes soils, gravel driveways, and similar surfaces with a runoff coefficient, open parentheses, rational method, close parentheses, greater than 0.85. 18. Land disturbing activity, land disturbance, or disturbance of land. Any activity, including clearing and grubbing, that causes a change in the position or location of soil, sand, rock, gravel, or similar earth material. 19. Massachusetts Stormwater Policy. The policy and guidance handbook issued by the Department of Environmental Protection, as amended, that coordinates the requirements prescribed by state regulations promulgated under the authority of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, MGL, Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Massachusetts Clean Water Act, MGL, Chapter 21, Sections 23 through 56. The policy addresses stormwater impacts through implementation of performance standards to reduce or prevent pollutants from reaching water bodies and control the quantity of runoff from a site. The handbook provides detailed guidance on the policy. 20. Municipal Storm Drain System or Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, open parentheses, MS4, close parentheses. The system of conveyances designed or used for collecting or conveying stormwater, including any road with a drainage system, street, gutter, curb, inlet, piped storm drain, pumping facility, retention or detention basin, natural or man-made or altered drainage channel, reservoir, and other drainage structure that together comprise the storm drainage system owned or operated by the town. 21. Municipality refers to the town of Southbridge. 22. National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, open parentheses, NIPDs, close parentheses. Stormwater discharge permits. General, group, and individual stormwater discharge permits issued by the United States Environmental Protection Agency, which regulate facilities defined in federal NIPDs regulations pursuant to the Clean Water Act. 23. Non-stormwater discharge. Any discharge to the municipal storm drain system that is not composed entirely of stormwater. 24. Owner. A party with a legal or equitable interest in property. 25. Party or person. Any individual, group of individuals, association, partnership, corporation, company, business organization, trust, estate, legal entity, agency, public or quasi-public body, authority, department, or political subdivision of the town, the Commonwealth, or the federal government, to the extent permitted by law, and any officer, employee, or agent of such person. 26. Plan. Any announcement or piece of documentation or physical demarcation indicating construction activities may occur on a specific plot. 27. Pollutant. Anything which causes or contributes to pollution. Pollutants may include, but are not limited to, paints, varnishes, and solvents, oil and other automotive fluids, non-hazardous liquid and solid wastes and yard wastes, refuse, rubbish, garbage, litter, or other discarded or abandoned objects, articles, and accumulations, so that same may cause or contribute to pollution, floatables, pesticides, herbicides, and fertilizers, hazardous substances and wastes, sewage, fecal coliform and pathogens, dissolved and particulate metals, animal wastes, wastes and residues that result from constructing a building or structure, open parentheses, including but not limited to sediment, slurries, and concrete rinsates, close parentheses, and noxious or offensive matter of any kind. 28. Pollution. the human-made or human-induced alteration of the quality of waters by pollutants to a degree which unreasonably affects or has the potential to unreasonably affect either the waters for beneficial uses or the facilities which serve these beneficial uses. 29. Recharge, the replenishment of underground water reserves. 30. Redevelopment, development, rehabilitation, expansion, demolition, or phased projects that disturb the ground surface or increase the impervious area on previously developed sites. 31. Responsible parties or persons. Owners, persons with financial responsibility, and persons with operational responsibility. 32. Runoff, rainfall, snowmelt, or irrigation water flowing over the ground surface. 33. Sediment, mineral or organic soil material that is transported by wind or water from its origin to another location, the product of erosion processes. 34. Sedimentation, the process or act of deposition of sediment. 35. Site, any lot or parcel of land or area of property where land disturbing activities are, were, or will be performed. 36. Slope, the incline of a ground surface expressed as a ratio of vertical distance to horizontal distance. 37. Soil, earth materials including duff, humic materials, sand, rock, gravel, or similar materials. 38. Stormwater, any surface flow, runoff, and drainage consisting entirely of water from rainstorm events. 39. Stormwater Advisory Team, a team consisting of the Director of Public Works, the Deputy Director of Public Works, the Town Planner, the Conservation Agent, the Director of Inspection Services, and a citizen member appointed by the Town Manager. Any member acting in their capacity as a town employee may elect to send a qualified delegate in their place. The purpose of the Stormwater Advisory Team is to advise the authorized enforcement agency on stormwater management matters. Their decisions shall be non-binding. 40. Strip, any activity which removes the vegetative ground surface cover, including tree removal, clearing, grubbing, and storage or removal of topsoil. 41. Surface water discharge permit, a permit issued by the Department of Environmental Protection, open parentheses, DEP, close parentheses, pursuant to 314 CMR 3.00 that authorizes the discharge of pollutants to waters of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. 42. Town, Town of Southbridge, Massachusetts. 43. Vernal pools, temporary bodies of fresh water which provide critical habitat for a number of vertebrate and invertebrate wildlife species or as defined in the town's wetlands bylaw. 44. Watercourse, a natural or man-made channel through which water flows or a stream of water, including a river, brook, or underground stream. 45. Waters of the Commonwealth, all waters within the jurisdiction of the Commonwealth, including without limitation rivers, streams, lakes, ponds, springs, impoundments, estuaries, wetlands, coastal waters, groundwaters, and vernal pools. 46. Wetland Resource Area, areas specified in the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and in the town's wetlands bylaw, open parentheses, if applicable, close parentheses. 47. Wetlands, coastal and freshwater wetlands, including wet meadows, marshes, swamps, and bogs, as defined and determined pursuant to MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and 310 CMR 10.00, and sequential. 8-501.1.3, Authority and Responsibility for Enforcement. A. This bylaw is adopted under the authority granted by the Home Rule Amendment of the Massachusetts Constitution and the Home Rule Procedures Act, open parentheses, MGL Chapter 43B, close parentheses, the Town Charter, MGL Chapter 40, Section 21, pursuant to the regulations of the Federal Clean Water Act found at 40 CFR 122.34, and any other enabling authority available to the town. B, the Director of Public Works or an authorized agent thereof, open parentheses, hereafter known as the Authorized Enforcement Agency, close parentheses, shall administer, implement, and enforce the provisions of this bylaw, its regulations, orders, violation notices, and enforcement orders, and may pursue all civil and criminal remedies for such violations. C, the Authorized Enforcement Agency shall have the authority to seek remedies as described within the stormwater regulations to enforce this bylaw, its regulations, and/or the terms and conditions of its permit. D, any person found to be violating any of the provisions of this bylaw and regulations promulgated by the Authorized Enforcement Agency pursuant to the authority granted by this bylaw and by any and all applicable federal, state, or local laws, regulations, or rules shall be subject to enforcement action as described within the stormwater regulations. Each day in which any such violation continues shall be deemed a separate offense. E, any person found to be violating any of the provisions of this bylaw and regulations promulgated by the Authorized Enforcement Agency pursuant to the authority granted by this bylaw and by any and all applicable federal, state, or local laws, regulations, or rules shall become liable to the town for any expense, loss, or damage occasioned the town by reason of such violation. F, any person receiving notice of an enforcement action may appeal the determination of the Authorized Enforcement Agency. Procedures and requirements shall be defined and included as part of any rules and regulations promulgated as permitted under subsection 8-501.1.7 of this bylaw. G, non-criminal disposition. As an alternative to criminal prosecution or civil action, the Authorized Enforcement Agency may elect to utilize the non-criminal disposition procedure set forth in MGL Chapter 40, Section 21D, and Town Bylaw 1-111, Schedule of Penalties, D through F, to be enforced by an officer of the Southbridge Police Department. The penalty for the first violation in one calendar year shall be $250. The penalty for the second violation of the same provision within the same calendar year shall be $275. The penalty for the third and subsequent violations of the same provision within the same calendar shall be $300. Each day or part thereof that such violation occurs or continues shall constitute a separate offense. 8-501.1.4 Applicability. A, this bylaw shall apply to every user of the municipal storm drainage system, including dischargers to the municipal storm drainage system and to the waters of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and shall also apply to any land disturbing activity within the town of Southbridge, where land disturbance is undertaken on a single property or as part of a larger common plan of development or sale that results in total cumulative disturbance of 1 acre or more of land, or 1. Total cumulative added impervious surface meets or exceeds 5,000 square feet. 2. Land disturbance totals a volume of over 1,000 cubic yards of soil. 3. Project occurs in a critical area. 4. Land disturbance occurs in sloped areas, open parentheses, 15% slope or greater, close parentheses. 5. Imperviousness is increased to over 50% of parcel area. B. The following land disturbance activities are exempt from the requirements of this bylaw. 1. Normal maintenance and improvement of municipal-owned public ways and related infrastructure. 2. Normal maintenance of land in agricultural use as defined by the Wetlands Protection Act, Regulation 310 CMR 10.04. 3. Repair or replacement of septic systems when required by the Board of Health for the protection of public health. 4. Normal maintenance of existing landscaping, gardens, or lawn areas associated with a single-family dwelling, provided such maintenance does not include the addition of more than 100 cubic yards of soil material, construction of any walls, alteration of existing grades by more than 1 foot in elevation, or alteration of drainage characteristics. 5. The construction of fencing that will not alter existing terrain or drainage patterns. 6. Construction of utilities other than drainage, open parentheses, gas, water, electric, telephone, etc., close parentheses, that will not alter terrain or drainage patterns. 7. Activities conducted in accordance with an approved Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation Forest Stewardship Plan. 8. Regular and approved maintenance of stormwater management structures. 9. Emergency work to protect life, limb, or property. 8-501.1.5. Ultimate responsibility of discharger. A. The standards set forth herein and promulgated pursuant to this bylaw are minimum standards. This bylaw does not intend nor imply that compliance by any person will ensure that there will be no contamination, pollution, nor unauthorized discharge of pollutants into waters of the Commonwealth caused by said person. This bylaw shall not create liability on the part of the municipality or any agent or employee thereof for any damages that result from any discharger's reliance on this bylaw or any administrative decision lawfully made thereunder. 8-501.1.6. Authority to enter, inspect, sample, establish sampling devices, and test. A. To the extent permitted by law, or if authorized by the owner or other party in control of the property, the authorized enforcement agency or other agents, officers, and employees of the Department of Public Works may enter upon privately owned property for the purpose of performing their duties under this bylaw and may make or cause to be made such examinations, surveys, or sampling as the authorized enforcement agency deems responsibly necessary. During any inspection as provided herein, the authorized enforcement agency may take any samples and perform any testing deemed necessary to aid in the pursuit of the inquiry or to record site activities. B. The authorized enforcement agency may require by written notice that any person engaged in any activity and or owning or operating any facility which may cause or contribute to stormwater pollution, illicit discharges, and or non-stormwater discharges to the municipal storm drain system or waters of the Commonwealth, undertake at said person's expense such monitoring and analyses and furnish such reports to the town as deemed necessary to determine compliance with this authorized enforcement agency. C. The authorized enforcement agency may suspend municipal storm drain system access to any person or property without prior written notice when such suspension is necessary to stop an actual or threatened discharge of pollutants that presents imminent risk of harm to the public health, safety, welfare, or the environment. In the event any person fails to comply with an emergency suspension order, the authorized enforcement agency may take all reasonable steps to prevent or minimize harm to the public health, safety, welfare, or the environment. D. Filing an application for a stormwater management permit grants the authorized enforcement agency and his or her designees permission to enter the site to verify the information in the application and to inspect for compliance with the resulting permit. 8-501.1.7 Regulations. A. Under the powers granted by Chapter 6, Section 2-1 of the Home Rule Charter of the Town of Southbridge, the Director of Public Works, acting as authorized enforcement agent, and his or her designees, shall from time to time propose to the town manager adoption of, or amendments or revisions to rules and regulations to effectuate the purposes of this bylaw. Said regulations may include, but shall not be limited to provisions regarding administration, application requirements, fees, permitting procedures and requirements, design standards, surety requirements, inspection and site supervision requirements, waivers and exemptions, and enforcement procedures. B. A true copy of the rules and regulations with their most recent amendments shall be kept on file available for inspection in the Office of the Inspector of Buildings, in the Office of the Director of Public Works, and in the Office of the Town Clerk. C. Failure by the authorized enforcement agent or his or her designees to promulgate such rules and regulations shall not have the effect of suspending or invalidating this bylaw. 8-501.1.8 Severability. A. The provisions of this bylaw are hereby declared to be severable. If any provision, clause, sentence, or paragraph of this bylaw, or the application thereof to any person, establishment, or circumstances shall be held invalid, such invalidity shall not affect the other provisions or application of this bylaw. 8-501.1.9 Transitional Provisions. A. Owners shall have 60 days from the effective date of this bylaw to comply with its provisions, provided good cause is shown for the failure to comply with the bylaw during that period. 8-501.2.0 Illicit Discharge Detection and Elimination. 8-501.2.1 Prohibited Activities. A. Illicit discharges. No person shall dump, discharge, cause, or allow to be discharged into the municipal storm drain system, watercourses, or waters of the Commonwealth any pollutant or non-stormwater discharge. As soon as a person responsible for a facility or operation, or responsible for emergency response for a facility or operation, has information of or suspects a release of materials at that facility or operation resulting in, or which may result in discharge of pollutants or illicit discharges into stormwater to the municipal storm drainage system or waters of the Commonwealth, the person shall immediately notify the authorized enforcement agency and take all necessary steps to ensure discovery, containment, and cleanup of the release. B. Illicit connections. No person shall construct, use, allow, maintain, or continue any illicit connection to the municipal storm drain system, regardless of whether the connection was permissible under applicable law, regulation, or custom at the time of connection. C. Obstruction of municipal storm drain system. No person shall obstruct or interfere with the normal flow of stormwater into or out of the municipal storm drain system without prior written approval from the authorized enforcement agency. 8-501.2.2 Exceptions. A. The following non-stormwater discharges and flows to the municipal storm drain system and to waters of the Commonwealth are exempt from the prohibition on illicit discharges, provided that, in the opinion of the authorized enforcement agency, the source is not a significant contributor of a pollutant to the municipal storm drain system or to waters of the Commonwealth. 1. Potable water line flushing. 2. Uncontaminated pumped groundwater and other discharges from potable water sources. 3. Landscape irrigation and lawn watering. 4. Diverted stream flows. 5. Rising groundwater. 6. Groundwater infiltration to the municipal storm drain system. 7. Uncontaminated foundation and footing drains. 8. Uncontaminated water from crawl space pumps. 9. Air conditioning condensation. 10. Uncontaminated non-industrial roof drains. 11. Natural springs. 12. Individual residential and occasional non-commercial car washing. 13. Flows from riparian habitats and wetlands. 14. Dechlorinated swimming pool discharges, open parentheses, provided that the chlorine content is less than 1 part per million, water has been allowed to stand for 1 week prior to draining, and that the discharge is performed in such a way as not to cause a nuisance, close parentheses. 15. Street sweeping waters. 16. Flows resulting from firefighting activities. 17. Water from dyed water testing, with written authorization from the authorized enforcement agency. 18. Non-stormwater discharges permitted under a NIPDES permit, waiver, or waste discharge order administered under the authority of the United States Environmental Protection Agency, or a surface water discharge permitted by DEP, provided that the discharge is in full compliance with all requirements of the permit, waiver, or order, and other applicable laws and regulations, and provided further that written approval has been granted by the authorized enforcement agency for any discharge to the municipal storm drain system. 19. Any other non-stormwater discharges that are not a source of pollutants to the municipal storm drain system nor waters of the Commonwealth, as set forth in a written determination by the authorized enforcement agency. 8-501.3.0 Stormwater Management and Erosion Control. 8-501.3.1 Permits and Procedures. A. No person may undertake land disturbance activity regulated by this bylaw in subsection 8-501.1.4 applicability without a stormwater management permit from the authorized enforcement agency pursuant to this bylaw and regulations promulgated hereunder. B. Permit procedures and requirements shall be defined and included as part of any rules and regulations promulgated as permitted under subsection 8-501.1.7 regulations of this bylaw. 8-501.3.2 Fees. A. The authorized enforcement agency shall establish fees to cover expenses connected with application review and monitoring permit compliance. The fees shall be sufficient to cover the costs of town secretarial staff and professional staff time for the review, processing, and monitoring an application and permit. B. The authorized enforcement agency may require the owner to pay reasonable costs to be incurred by the authorized enforcement agency for the employment of outside consultants pursuant to regulations as authorized by MGL Chapter 44, Section 53G. 8-501.3.3 Surety. A. The authorized enforcement agency may require the permittee to post before the start of any land disturbance activity a surety bond, irrevocable letter of credit, cash, or other acceptable security. The form of the bond shall be approved by town council, if necessary, and be in an amount deemed sufficient by the authorized enforcement agency to ensure that the work will be completed in accordance with the permit. If the project is phased, the authorized enforcement agency may, in its sole and absolute discretion, release part of the bond as each phase is completed in compliance with the permit, but the bond may not be fully released until the authorized enforcement agency has received a final report stating that all the work has been satisfactorily completed as required in the regulations. 8-501.3.4 Waivers. A. The authorized enforcement agency may waive strict compliance with any requirement of the rules and regulations promulgated hereunder, where such action is allowed by federal, state, and local statutes and/or regulations, is in the public interest, and is not inconsistent with the purpose and intent of this bylaw.
I have a list of edits recommended to the first reading of the stormwater bylaw. I'd like to read them into the record and entertain a motion to amend them to the bylaw. 8-501.1.2-A.2, change designees have to designees who have. 8-501.1.2-A.6, change in accordance with section 8-501.1.7 to in accordance with subsection 8-501.1.7. 8-501.1.2-A.20, change with a drainage system street gutter to with a drainage system gutter. 8-501.1.2-A.25, change or agent of such person to or agent of such party or person. 8-501.1.3-F, italicize subsection 8-501.1.7 for consistency. 8-501.1.3-G, change same calendar shall be $300 to same calendar year shall be $300. 8-501.1.4-A.3, capitalize critical area so that item reads, project occurs in a critical area. I'd like to entertain a motion to add
So
these.
moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor?
Are those going to be redlined and incorporated into the next document for the next meeting?
Yes, they will be.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Very well. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Unanimous of all present. Thank you, Ms. Blakely.
You did a great job.
Very good. Item 19, council's forum. Councilor Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I just want to say, so sorry for the family of James, I don't know.
Mr. Denby.
Yeah, so I want to say sorry for the family, and thank you.
Very good. Okay, Councilor Lazo.
I have nothing.
Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I know, I have a feeling that our next agenda is going to look pretty heavy as well, especially with this reading. I know we're going to be having, I think the idea was that possibly Councilor Adams' committee, Curbside Committee's recommendation would be coming forward. It would be my suggestion that that possibly be brought up at a special town council meeting instead of a regular council meeting, considering how important it is. I don't want to feel like we're rushing through it because we have a long agenda, and I feel like it deserves that special attention. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Any discussion on that? Should I schedule a special meeting? Councilor Adams?
Well, sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Would you prefer that I schedule a special town meeting?
Yeah, we could do whatever the chair would like. I mean, council as a whole, we can have a great discussion and kind of figure out what we want, and then bring it up on a regular council meeting to vote on. But whatever you feel is right.
Okay.
Talk further, though.
All right, we'll work
Yes,
it
sir.
out. Very good. Councilor Catrona.
Nothing this evening.
Thank you. Councilor Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I went on the town's website. I was looking for the FY 2022 capital budget. Seems to be missing from the website. So if the town manager could put that on there, I'd appreciate it. Also, I believe the town manager is required to provide us with quarterly reports. I haven't seen one yet.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I asked Ms. Harnois to publish those to the council, and I believe that she has been sending out quarterly reports. I know she has for the last couple of quarters. If she hasn't this quarter, I will have her do it, but it has been coming from the finance director, any of the updates, so that's the format that we've been using. That's what I was instructed was happening prior to my arrival, but I'm happy to talk to you further about it. But we have been doing that. I just want to make you aware.
And the other thing is, with the former the former town manager, used to put out bi-weekly reports. I actually liked reading those. Gave you a good idea of what was going on in town. I know some of the other councilors didn't like them, but I liked reading them, so I don't know if that's something that you can provide us with, but it gave us a detailed report on every single department, what they're doing during the month, so. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marquetti. Councilor Marquetti, I'm sorry. Councilor Jovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things. Thank you to town manager for getting the information I asked for trick-or-treating, which will be October 31st, 2021, through the police chief from 5:30 to 7 p.m. No decision has been made on the Horribles Parade, so thank you for getting me that information. Town manager alluded to the owner's project manager interviews for the fire station. Those will be held October 12th. We have 4 firms that will be interviewing that night on half-hour interviews. We'll publish that interview schedule. To Councilor Dow's point, just real quick, because I know it's late, my condolences to all the families of individuals who have died over the past year due to COVID. The month of September has been truly saddened with 4 individuals that I personally knew who have died of COVID. To the families of Robert Dunphy, Jim Denby, Stephen Tremblay, and a teacher that was near and dear to my kids' hearts, and a lot of kids in the town of Southbridge who did a lot of activities with students and was a tremendous teacher and mentor to a lot of kids, Ms. Sylvia Tajan. All 4 died in the month of September of COVID. So to that point, as a community, we've worked very hard on the COVID pandemic over the last 21 months. However, I think over the last month or so, I've never seen the number of people that are dying despite our vaccination rates. And a lot of it is breakthrough, too. The fire chief alluded today, 7 firefighters in the firehouse. We went through the entire pandemic up until last month with very little COVID in the fire station or our public safety. We had here or there, but to have 7 all at once. And the majority of those were vaccinated individuals. A family member, vaccinated individual, still came down with COVID. So, folks, I just want the public to be aware that this is out there. I think I said at the last meeting, there's a lot of people that are giving a lot of misinformation. Just on a personal thing, just wash your hands, good hygiene, and take care. I mean, if you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. You don't need a mandate from us or the government. If you feel like you need a mask, wear a mask. But just be careful out there. It's out there. We'll get through it. But just be careful. So again, my condolences to those families. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to wish the Navy a happy birthday on the 13th. They'll be 246 years old, serving our country. And that's all I have for this evening.
Is he going to sing the Navy anthem?
Marines don't sing Navy hymns. Thank you, though. I appreciate the offer, though. Anyways, let's get back to business. All right. Agenda item number 20, discussion of next meeting. Next meeting, Town Council meeting, Monday, October 18th, 2021 at 7 p.m. here in the dais.
Very good. Item number 21,
So moved.
adjourn.
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor? Anyone opposed?